Chapter 557. Emo Tong gave a cold snort and said, "Then bring it on." Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from Emo Tong's body as a beam of starlight shot into the sky. He had directly used his astrology. Yixing stepping on his head was already the limit of what Emo Tong could tolerate. He could not tolerate a second person challenging his position. Ying Xiangyang's challenge had completely ignited the anger in Emo Tong's heart, causing his strength to erupt. Ha ha ha! Ying Xiangyang sneered. He did not care much about the terrifying aura that Emo Tong had erupted with. Ying Xiangyang said, "You have quite a temper. It's a pity that your strength has not improved much in the past year. You have a temper but no strength. Nothing good will come of it." Emo Tong said angrily, "It's more than enough to deal with a junior like you." Ying Xiangyang chuckled. "Ha ha! I'll let you see what a true genius is." As he spoke, Ying Xiangyang raised his hand and a high-grade spirit weapon appeared. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used his astrology. Ying Xiangyang's astrology was a hurricane star, and its grade had reached the pinnacle. Whoosh! Ying Xiangyang's hurricane astrology greatly increased his speed. His figure flashed and he disappeared in an instant. Emo Tong's expression suddenly changed. Ying Xiangyang's speed was too fast. Even he couldn't see Ying Xiangyang's figure clearly. He could only vaguely see a faint figure moving at extreme speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ying Xiangyang not only had the hurricane astrology to increase speed, but his comprehension of the power of the wind far surpassed that of ordinary geniuses. He had walked far in the realm of intricacy, and his attainments in lightness techniques were also quite high. In terms of speed, even a 9-star venerable might not be a match for Ying Xiangyang. Emo Tong's strength was considered average among 8-star venerables, so it was naturally difficult for him to see Ying Xiangyang's figure clearly. Emo Tong's expression was grim. Ying Xiangyang suddenly appeared in front of him and then behind him. His whereabouts were unpredictable, and he could attack from any direction. This made Emo Tong feel that it was impossible to guard against, and the pressure was great. "If you want to fight, then fight. What tricks are you playing?" Seeing that Ying Xiangyang was not attacking, Emo Tong shouted coldly. If Ying Xiangyang had attacked him directly, Emo Tong would have been able to lock onto his position. However, Ying Xiangyang was constantly moving around him, making it impossible for Emo Tong to pinpoint Ying Xiangyang's position. His heart was constantly on guard, and it was very stifling. "Ha ha! Are you in such a hurry to fail? I'll fulfill your wish," Ying Xiangyang said with a smile. His voice seemed to come from all directions. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 ear-piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the void. 7 beams of sword energy shot toward Emo Tong from different directions and angles. Supreme Class Spiritual Martial Art, 18 Swords of Sky Eagle. Ying Xiangyang changed his direction and stabbed out 7 times in an instant. Fierce Blood Claw. Emo Tong's hands turned red as he executed the ferocious blood claw. He quickly clawed out and shattered the 7 astral swords. "Is that all you've got?" Emo Tong shouted coldly. Hee, that was just an appetizer. Now we're getting serious." Ying Xiangyang's voice rang out, followed by the flash of his sword. In the blink of an eye, 12 sword lights shot toward Emo Tong from the front, back, left, right, and all directions. Emo Tong's pupils constricted as a sense of danger rose in him. He could easily block the 7 beams of sword energy that came at him at the same time, but Ying Xiangyang's 12 beams of sword energy that came at him from different directions made him feel as though he could not block them. After all, these were beams of sword energy that came at him from different directions. If they had come from the same direction, Emo Tong might have been able to block dozens of them at the same time. However, Emo Tong now felt that his life was in danger. Blood Shadow Tempest. Emo Tong shouted and unleashed the ultimate move of the fierce blood claw. Claw shadows slashed out in all directions, stirring up a bloody tempest. Clang, 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 clang. 10 beams of sword energy were blocked by Mo Tong. However, there were a total of 12 beams of sword energy that came at him. Swoosh. When Mo Tong unleashed the Blood Shadow Tempest, he made his move. He dispersed the 10 beams of sword energy and shot out from a safe angle. The other 2 beams of sword energy missed. I've been waiting for you to break out of the encirclement. Ing Xiangyang's voice rang out, accompanied by a terrifying beam of sword energy. Whoosh! The air was split in half, and the sky seemed to have been cut open by the sword energy. The terrifying beam of sword energy arrived in front of Mo Tong in an instant. This attack was not just a long-range attack of sword energy. Ing Xiangyang wielded a supreme-grade spirit weapon and charged directly at him. It was an extremely fast and powerful attack. The speed of this sword was faster than any of the previous ones. Mo Tong was horrified. He hastily circulated his astral energy to form a protective shield to prevent Chong Chong from clawing at him. The sword energy was already in front of him. The claw attack had just formed when it was split open by the beam of sword energy. The protective shield was also split in two by the supreme-grade spirit weapon. The supreme-grade spirit weapon slammed into Mo Tong's body. Mo Tong grunted in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated rapidly. Mo Tong was wearing a supreme-grade spirit-grade defensive inner armor. The blade of the sword did not cut through the inner armor and injure his body, but the terrifying power contained in the attack was transmitted into Mo Tong's body and injured his internal organs. Ing Xiangyang sheathed his sword and stood with a proud expression. I, Ing Xiangyang, am the #1 prodigy of the East Divine Continent. Prodigy? Who in the East Divine Continent dares to call themselves prodigies in front of Ing Xiangyang? Mo Tong was sent flying 1,000 meters away by Ing Xiangyang's attack. His face was deathly pale, and he hurriedly ate a healing spirit pill. Only then did his complexion improve. Looking at the arrogant Ing Xiangyang, Mo Tong's face was livid with rage. His pride as the #1 prodigy had been mercilessly crushed once again. Ing Xiangyang had followed in Yixing's footsteps and stepped on his head as well. Mo Tong spat out another mouthful of blood, but this time it was not caused by Ing Xiangyang. It was because he had nowhere to vent his frustrations and had been angered to the point of vomiting blood. However, after vomiting blood, the frustration in his heart had dissipated by quite a bit. Looking at the arrogant Ing Xiangyang, Mo Tong's brows furrowed, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Mo Tong said hatefully, Ing Xiangyang, the title of #1 prodigy of the East Divine Continent is not yours. Ing Xiangyang's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Mo Tong. Even you were defeated by me. Who else can be my match? Hearing the words defeated by me, Mo Tong's face turned green and almost twisted. He was infuriated. Mo Tong's gaze swept over Yixing, the #1 prodigy of my Blood Edge Empire's younger generation is no longer me, but Yixing. You are still far from being the #1 prodigy of the East Divine Continent. Whether it was Yixing or Ing Xiangyang, Mo Tong's heart was filled with hatred. Therefore, as long as the two of them fought, one of them would be injured. No matter who was injured, Mo Tong would feel better in his heart. Chapter 558. Ing Xiangyang's gaze turned to Yixing. In the Divine Continent Mystic Realm, Ing Xiangyang had suffered at the hands of Yixing. He had always harbored a grudge against Yixing. Yixing, do you dare to fight me? Ing Xiangyang's aura exploded. With a loud roar, his sharp sword aura pressed down on Yixing. In the Divine Continent Mystic Realm, Yixing had relied on his level 3 formation to defeat Ing Xiangyang, Ing Chongkong, and Mo Tong. Now, Ing Xiangyang had publicly challenged him to a battle of martial strength. If Yixing dared to use a formation against him, he would ask the Heavenly Eagle Empire's supremacies to destroy Yixing's formation flags. Let's see how you fight me without the help of a formation. Ing Xiangyang snorted coldly in his heart. Ing Xiangyang was very confident in his growth in this year. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the astral dipper realm. He was invincible among the exalted 8 stars. Just now, Ing Xiangyang had not used his full strength against Mo Tong. He had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. The third genius selection was about to begin. Yi Xing did not want to be in the limelight at this juncture. He said, "You are very strong. I admit defeat." The martial artists were stunned. He actually admitted defeat? Admitting defeat without fighting, in the eyes of the martial artists, this was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Even if you were no match for him and wanted to admit defeat, you should at least fight. How could you admit defeat when someone else was challenging you? In the eyes of the martial artists, this was the act of a coward. Ing Xiangyang was stunned. He had not expected Yi Xing to admit defeat. He said, "You actually admit defeat?" Yi Xing did not care about what others thought. He said, "I admit defeat." Ing Xiangyang laughed softly. "Haha. So you're a coward. You can admit defeat now, but when it comes to the genius selection, you won't be able to. At that time, I'll take care of you slowly." The Heavenly Eagle Empire's martial artists all started laughing loudly. The Blood Edge Empire's martial artists looked at Yi Xing in confusion. They didn't know why Yi Xing didn't care about his face and directly admitted defeat. In their opinion, since Yi Xing could defeat Mo Tong at the beginning of the year, his strength might not be below Ing Xiangyang's. Yi Xing didn't take Ing Xiangyang's mockery to heart. "You should pray that you don't meet me at the genius selection. Ing Xiangyang, I Yi Tianhe will fight you." Just as Ing Xiangyang was laughing heartily, a voice suddenly came from afar. Ing Xiangyang's smile froze on his face. He turned around and saw Yi Tianhe rushing towards him. Yi Tianhe was a descendant of an inferior empire. He was rather far away from the Divine Continent Mountain and had just arrived. Other than Yi Xing, the rest of the top 100 young geniuses in the East Divine Continent were all from the younger generations of empires, and Yi Xing was now considered a younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire, so he was the first to arrive at the Divine Continent Mountain. The younger generations of the lower-rank empires were the last to arrive. As soon as Yi Tianhe arrived, everyone was basically present. Yi Tianhe's cultivation aura was released, and it was terrifying. All the martial artists were shocked. Yi Tianhe was already a 7-star venerable, and his aura wasn't any weaker than an 8-star venerable. At the end of last year, Yi Tianhe was only at the 4th level of the astral dipper realm. In just 1 year, he had advanced by 3 levels. From a 4-star venerable to a 7-star venerable in 1 year, all the martial artists were shocked and speechless. Even Yi Xing was a little surprised. Yi Tianhe's cultivation speed was almost catching up to his. Of course, although they both advanced by 3 levels in a year, going from a 4-star venerable to a 7-star venerable was obviously not as difficult as going from a 5-star venerable to an 8-star venerable. Last year, Yi Tianhe was only a 4-star venerable, but he was a rising star and was in the limelight. But at that time, Yi Tianhe's strength couldn't be compared to the true prodigies. After entering the Divine Continent's secret realm, he kept a low profile and stayed away from the crowd, not fighting with others. In the Divine Continent's secret realm, Ing Xiangyang chased after Yi Tianhe for a period of time but failed. Now that Yi Tianhe was a 7-star venerable, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He appeared in a high-profile manner and challenged Ing Xiangyang, who had defeated Mo Tong. Clearly, he wanted to take revenge on Ing Xiangyang. The third genius tryouts were about to begin. Yi Tianhe believed that with his strength and talent, he would definitely stand out in the tryout. If he was chosen by the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty, Yi Tianhe was excited just thinking about it. At that time, even if it was the Heavenly Eagle Empire, Yi Tianhe wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, Yi Tianhe wasn't afraid of offending the Heavenly Eagle Empire. He challenged Ing Xiangyang in a high-profile manner. Even if the Heavenly Eagle Empire's venerables were present, Yi Tianhe wasn't afraid. The Third Genius Tryouts were organized by the Great Yuan Dynasty. As a participant, the Heavenly Eagle Empire wouldn't dare to stop him. Who would dare to defy the Great Yuan Dynasty's orders? Yi Tianhe was very sure that the Heavenly Eagle Empire wouldn't dare. Ing Xiangyang was shocked to see that Yi Tianhe had become a 7-star venerable. However, he was still very confident in his strength and quickly calmed down. He challenged Yi Xing, but the latter admitted defeat and avoided the battle. Ing Xiangyang felt like he had punched cotton. He had nowhere to vent his strength. Now that Yi Tianhe had challenged him, he could vent his anger on him. Ing Xiangyang smiled coldly. Last year, you only knew how to run away with your tail between your legs. This year, you've grown up. You dare to challenge me? Yi Tianhe's face turned green. He was angry at the mention of last year's cowardly incident. Yi Tianhe said coldly, Ing Xiangyang, things are different now. I only need 3 moves to defeat a piece of trash like you. As he spoke, Yi Tianhe unsheathed his supreme-grade spiritual sword, which shone brightly. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianhe charged at Ing Xiangyang with his sword. It streaked across the sky like a stream of light. The speed and power of the sword were a level higher than Ing Xiangyang's attack. Ing Xiangyang was shocked. Yi Tianhe's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. 18 swords of Heavenly Eagle! Ing Xiangyang shouted. Using his astrology, he instantly unleashed the 18 swords of Heavenly Eagle to the limit. He stabbed 15 times in a row. His 18 swords of Heavenly Eagle had not reached perfection yet. 15 swords was his limit. Ding 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 ding! Yi Tianhe's sword energy swirled, and created many sword flowers. The 15 sword energies that came from different directions were instantly shattered. Ing Xiangyang was shocked. He pushed his speed to the limit and retreated backward, barely dodging Yi Tianhe's sword. In an instant, the supreme-grade spiritual sword in Ing Xiangyang's hand disappeared and was replaced by a supreme-grade spiritual spear. Ing Xiangyang specialized in swords and spears, but his spear technique was more powerful. Flying Eagle Spear Technique. Ing Xiangyang stabbed out with his spear in an instant, unleashing his ultimate attack. The spear transformed into a huge eagle with a terrifying aura. In an instant, it turned around and attacked Yi Tianhe with its spear. Chapter 559. Facing Ing Xiangyang's ultimate attack, Yi Tianhe smirked, showing a hint of disdain. Break! Yi Tianhe yelled and swung his sword at Ing Xiangyang's spear. The sharp sword aura was like a bright waterfall, and Ing Xiangyang's spear was instantly split into 2. As soon as the sword aura dissipated, Yi Tianhe's supreme-grade spiritual weapon shook and turned into sword flowers, piercing through Ing Xiangyang's spear to kill him. Yi Tianhe's swordsmanship had reached perfection. Just now, he had destroyed Ing Xiangyang's 15 sword force with a flick of his sword. Now that the sword flowers were coming at him, Ing Xiangyang immediately felt the threat of death. Retreat! Ing Xiangyang pushed his speed to the limit and retreated quickly. At the same time, he waved his spear and turned it into a wall of defense in front of him. Using the hurricane astrology, Ing Xiangyang was indeed very fast. The spear defense was instantly broken by the sword aura, but Ing Xiangyang had already escaped the attack range of the sword aura. Although he dodged Yi Tianhe's attack, Ing Xiangyang was not happy at all. Yi Tianhe had not even used his astrology, but he was already in a mess. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Third sword. Yi Tianhe bellowed and instantly launched his third attack at Ing Xiangyang. Whoosh! As he attacked, Yi Tianhe used his astrology. His supreme-grade metal element astrology emitted a bright golden light that shone in the sky. Yi Tianhe had just made his move when he yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Ing Xiangyang. The supreme-grade spiritual weapon in his hand was pointed at Ing Xiangyang's throat. Ing Xiangyang's speed was fast enough. Even Venerable Nine Star might not be as fast as him. However, compared to Yi Tianhe's sword, Ing Xiangyang was still too slow and could not dodge. Moreover, Yi Tianhe's strength had skyrocketed after using his astrology. The power of this sword was so terrifying that Ing Xiangyang could not block it at all. Even if he could not block it, he had to block it. In the face of death, Ing Xiangyang's potential was unleashed. He unleashed 120% of his strength and lashed out with his spear. Clang! After a loud explosion, the spear in Ing Xiangyang's hand was knocked away by Yi Tianhe's sword. The long sword shot forward like a long snake. Ing Xiangyang had already begun to dodge when he attacked, but he was still a step too slow. The sword pierced into Ing Xiangyang's neck, leaving a deep wound. Blood spurted out instantly. Ing Xiangyang let out a blood-curdling scream as he threw away the spear in his hand. He covered his neck with both hands as he retreated. Fortunately, although the wound on his neck was large, it did not harm his throat. Although the injury was not light, it was not life-threatening. However, the attack on his neck was so close that his entire head could have been chopped off. Ing Xiangyang was so scared that he wet his pants. Although Yi Tianhe had begun to reveal his edge, he still did not dare to kill Ing Xiangyang in front of the Heavenly Eagle Empire's martial practitioners. He had intentionally held back this time. Otherwise, he would have sliced open Ing Xiangyang's entire neck and beheaded him. The sword in Yi Tianhe's hand was bright and clean, without a single drop of blood on it. He instantly sheathed it. Looking at the retreating Ing Xiangyang, he shouted, "Useless trash!" All the martial practitioners of the younger generation were shocked beyond words. In the past year, the strength of the younger generation had changed too much. First, Mo Tong, the #1 prodigy, was defeated by Ing Xiangyang. Then, Ing Xiangyang, the new #1 prodigy, was defeated by Yi Tianhe. Moreover, according to Mo Tong, Yi Xing, who was only a rising prodigy last year, was already stronger than him. On this day, at least 3 of the previous year's #1 prodigy had surpassed him this year. Indeed, each generation had its own prodigy. The new generation would surpass the old. There was no such thing as the #1 prodigy, only more prodigies. At this moment, all the martial practitioners' eyes were focused on Yi Tianhe. Yi Tianhe's face was filled with pride and joy. He had already regarded himself as the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the East Divine Continent. What prodigy? You're all a joke in front of me, Yi Tianhe. From today onwards, there will only be one prodigy among the younger generation in the East Divine Continent, and that is me, Yi. Before Yi Tianhe could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Hiss! Many martial artists immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and some even cried out in surprise. Behind Yi Tianhe stood an elder in his 60s. It was Supremacy Chang Tian from the Heavenly Eagle Empire. As Yi Tianhe spoke, Supremacy Chang Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind him. His hand was like a sword as he stabbed forward. His entire hand pierced through Yi Tianhe's back. Even the supreme-grade spiritual-level inner armor seemed to have been pierced through instantly. Yi Tianhe turned his head and said in disbelief, You dare to kill a participant of the genius trials? The great Yuan dynasty? Supremacy Chang Tian withdrew his hand from Yi Tianhe's body. In his hand was a still-beating heart. Yi Tianhe's voice stopped abruptly. He died instantly. A prodigy had fallen just like that. Bang! Supremacy Chang Tian clenched his fist, and the beating heart in his hand exploded into a cloud of blood mist. You're just a junior from a low-grade empire. How dare you kill a junior from the Heavenly Eagle Empire? You're courting death. Supremacy Chang Tian said indifferently. He glanced at Yi Xing, who was among the martial practitioners from the Bloody Edge Empire. Then, he returned to the front of the martial practitioners from the Heavenly Eagle Empire in a flash. Yi Xing felt Supremacy Chang Tian's gaze on him. He was slightly shocked. The cause of Yi Tianhe's death was probably not what Supremacy Chang Tian had said. Although Yi Tianhe had injured Ing Xiangyang, he did not take his life. Injuries were unavoidable in a battle between juniors. This was very normal. There was no need to take another junior's life because of this. Moreover, Yi Tianhe was a junior participating in the Third Genius Trials. The Great Yuan dynasty had organized this Genius Trials to select the geniuses from the entire Starland in name. Yi Tianhe had defeated Ing Xiangyang. Nominally, he was the top junior genius in the East Divine Continent. If Supremacy Chang Tian killed such an outstanding genius, wouldn't it go against the Great Yuan dynasty's intention of organizing the Genius Trials? Although Supremacy Chang Tian was a figure that could shake the entire East Divine Continent's martial arts world, Yi Xing did not think he had the guts to go against the Great Yuan dynasty. Supremacy Chang Tian should know the true intention of the Great Yuan dynasty. Even if he doesn't know, the Great Yuan dynasty might have instructed him to seize the opportunity to kill Yi Tianhe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. Yi Xing thought to himself. Fortunately, I didn't participate in Ing Xiangyang's challenge. Otherwise, if I had won, I'm afraid this old man would have used this as an excuse to kill me. Yi Xing thought about it and couldn't help but feel scared. He wasn't among the martial practitioners from the Bloody Edge Empire. If Supremacy Chang Tian had suddenly killed him, Supremacy Mo Jian might not have been able to react in time. Chapter 560. The death of Yi Tianhe made all the younger martial artists feel a sense of sympathy for him. There were so many martial artists in the world, but the ratio of geniuses was extremely small. Even in the upper-rank empires, the majority were mediocre. Those who could participate in the genius selection were all geniuses among geniuses. Especially Yi Tianhe, who was the pride of the heavens. Such a genius was hard to come by in the East Divine Continent. Geniuses of the martial way had a bright future. They would achieve great things in the future. It was the most lamentable thing for a genius to die prematurely. Yi Tianhe had died just like that. Most of the martial artists felt regret. Of course, they could only feel regret in their hearts. Yi Tianhe was killed by the Heavenly Eagle Empire's Eternal Sky Supremacy. No one dared to say anything bad about Eternal Sky Supremacy because of Yi Tianhe. Ing Xiangyang was injured and defeated. Yi Tianhe had died. The remaining geniuses of the younger generation were not in the mood to compete. Everyone had arrived. It was time to depart for the Middle Sky Continent. The supremacies of the three upper-rank empires worked together to open the seal of the Level 5 teleportation formation at the foot of the Divine Continent Mountain. The supremacies of the various factions took out upper-grade star crystals to activate the Level 5 teleportation formation. An ordinary Level 5 teleportation formation could teleport people tens of millions of miles away. After confirming the location, the martial artists entered the teleportation formation. Soon, light enveloped them, and they heard the sound of space being torn apart. After about 10 breaths, the sound of space being torn apart stopped. The light around them dissipated, and everyone appeared in a teleportation hall. They had arrived at the Middle Sky Continent. The quality of the star's spiritual chi here is one level higher than in the East Divine Continent. When the light of the formation dissipated, Yi Xing could feel that the air here was different from the East Divine Continent. It was more suitable for martial artists to cultivate here. Are you martial artists from the East Divine Continent? The supremacies guarding the teleportation hall walked over and asked when they saw so many martial artists in the teleportation formation. This was a 5-star supremacy. However, be it Mo Jian, Yi Hong, or Eternal Sky Supremacy, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of this person. They were all very polite. Honorable Lord Mo Jian stepped forward and cupped his fists. We are martial artists from the East Divine Continent, here to participate in the genius selections. We need to head to the Starry Sky Temple. Brother, please help us adjust the transmission array. The Starry Sky Grand Ring could only be reached by the teleportation array of the Starry Sky Temple. The Starry Sky Temple was located in the central area of the Middle Sky Continent, which was within the territory of the Great Yuan Empire. The Middle Sky Continent was very large. They were currently in the capital of the Eastern Han Empire, which was more than 20 million miles away from the Starry Sky Temple. They had to use a rank 5 teleportation formation to get there quickly. Get out of the way. The 5-star Venerate waved his hand dismissively. He was a martialist from the Eastern Han Empire. Even though he was facing a supremacy from the East Divine Continent, he still had a cold expression on his face. Soon, the 5-star Venerate adjusted the location and distance of the teleportation formation and said, "The Starry Sky Divine Temple has a circumference of 1 million miles. The void is restricted and you cannot teleport. The teleportation formation can only teleport you to 1 million miles away from the Starry Sky Divine Temple. After that, you will have to travel 1 million miles to the west to find the Starry Sky Divine Temple. The teleportation fee is 800 high-grade star crystals. 1 high-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 mid-grade star crystals or 10,000 low-grade star crystals. 800 high-grade star crystals was equivalent to 8 million low-grade star crystals. The cost of using a rank 5 teleportation formation was indeed huge. Of course, the Eastern Han Empire had to pay a service fee to teleport here. Everyone had only used 600 high-grade star crystals to teleport here from the East Divine Continent's rank 5 teleportation formation. The distance to the Starry Sky Divine Temple was far less than the distance to the East Divine Continent. The Eastern Han Empire had to pay a service fee of 800 high-grade star crystals. These fees were borne by the various factions of the younger generation participating in the Genius Selection competition. It wasn't much if one faction paid for it all. If one faction paid for it all, the 3 high-grade empires would feel the pinch even if they had to teleport a few times. Before long, the martialists from the East Divine Continent arrived 1 million miles east of the Starry Sky Divine Temple through the teleportation formation. Yi Xing could feel that the spiritual qi of the stars here was even denser. It seemed like the Great Yuan dynasty's occupation of the central region of the Middle Sky Continent wasn't without reason. Honorable Lord Mo Jian, Honorable Lord Yi Hong, and Honorable Lord Chang Tian each took out a flying ship. All of them were black-class mid-grade large-scale flying treasures. The martialists boarded different flying ships according to their relationship. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 flying ships were as fast as flowing light. They streaked across the sky and flew towards the west. The black-class mid-grade flying treasures could travel 2 to 3 million miles in a day. It only took them half a day to find the Starry Sky Divine Temple. The Starry Sky Divine Temple was floating 1,000 feet high in the sky. It was a huge temple that was 100 feet tall and dozens of feet wide. It emitted starlight and could be seen from afar. It was easy to find. The 3 flying ships flew directly into the sky above the Starry Sky Divine Temple. In front of the Starry Sky Divine Temple, there was an altar that was 100 feet wide floating in the sky. This altar was densely covered with runes. It was a huge teleportation formation. This was a Starry Sky teleportation formation that was of a higher grade than a level 5 teleportation formation. The Starry Sky Grand Arena was located in the Starry Sky. It was unknown how far away it was from the Star Continent. Even a level 5 teleportation formation couldn't reach it. Only the teleportation formation of the Starry Sky Divine Temple could reach it. This teleportation formation had existed since ancient times. No one knew who had left it behind. In front of the Starry Sky Divine Temple sat a white-haired elder. He emitted a terrifying aura. It was much more terrifying than the aura of Honorable Lord Mo Jian and the other two honorables. In front of this white-haired elder, the three honorables were even more respectful. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they reported the identities of the martialists. The white-haired elder's eyes were like lightning. He swept his gaze across the younger generation of the East Divine Continent and said indifferently, "The East Divine Continent is a broken place. There are really two seedlings in this generation." The three honorables didn't reply. They just chuckled. This white-haired elder was the guardian of the Starry Sky Divine Temple. He was from the great Yuan dynasty's Meng royal family. He was a half-step king realm expert. He wasn't someone the martialists of the East Divine Continent could compare with. The white-haired elder activated the teleportation formation and said, "Everyone, come up." Everyone stepped onto the altar. Soon, a beam of light was emitted from the teleportation formation. It shot towards the horizon and into the starry sky. The resplendent beam of light lasted for a few breaths of time before it disappeared. The martialists of the East Divine Continent on the altar had all disappeared. The vast star continent was boundless to the martialists. However, it was just a speck of dust compared to the starry sky of the universe. In the starry sky near the star continent, there was a small star continent. The martialists of the East Divine Continent had appeared here. This was where the starry sky Grand Arena was located. Chapter 561. Standing in the Grand Arena, one could see the entire star continent. However, the boundless star continent in the eyes of martial artists was merely the size of a plate in the eyes of Yi Xing and the others. Even a vast continent seemed so insignificant in the starry sky. This made the martial artists sigh inwardly. Compared to the universe, martial artists were truly too weak. Even if one became a king, he would be like a speck of dust. He would only be able to enjoy the glory of the star continent. If he were to leave the star continent and enter the starry sky, he would be like a drowning infant. The East God Continent's martial artists weren't the first to arrive at the Grand Arena. There were already two groups of martial artists who had arrived earlier, standing on the left and right sides of the star continent. In the center of the star continent, there was a large arena with a radius of 10 miles. Around this large arena, there were 4 smaller arenas that were more than 1,000 meters long and wide. 1 large and 4 small, there were a total of 5 arenas. Reverend Mo Jian, Reverend Yi Hong, Reverend Chong Tian. When the East God Continent's people arrived, the two groups of martial artists who had arrived earlier turned their gazes over. Soon after, people from each group walked over. The people who had arrived were also reverends. Clearly, they were the leaders of the martial artists from the other continent. Reverend Hao Yen, Reverend Yu Yen, Reverend Ce, Reverend Gu Hong, Reverend Gao Yu. The East God Continent's 3 reverends returned the greetings and said, "You South Continent and West Continent came rather quickly. Looking at your joyous appearances, haha, you must have produced quite a few young geniuses." Astral-reaching realm experts had a lifespan of 300 years. The East God Continent's 3 reverends were all people who had lived for 100 or 200 years. Moreover, they had also traveled to other continents before. Naturally, they were acquainted with the other continents' reverends. These 5 reverends came from South Continent and West Continent respectively. They nodded and smiled, sizing up the East God Continent's martial artists. Now was the golden age of martial arts. Regardless of the continent, the number of geniuses from the younger generation was a bit more than before. In most cases, apart from the Middle Sky Continent, the other 4 continents would have 1 or 2 7-star realm experts under the age of 25. However, in this generation, there were more than 10 7th-level astral realm geniuses from all the continents. Of course, there were no 8 stars Venerable Masters Juniors in the Southern Continent or the Western Continent. Therefore, when the 5 supremacies' gazes landed on Wei Qingxian, the smiles on their faces froze. They thought that the southern continent and western continent would surpass the East Divine Continent in this generation of geniuses. Therefore, they were happy and wanted to show off in front of Honorable Emojien and the other two. As a result, the number of 7-star Venerable Masters in the younger generation of the East Divine Continent exceeded that of the South Continent and the West He Continent. Moreover, there was also an 8-star Venerable Master Junior. Less than 25 years old, the cultivation of Star Gang Realm LV8. Such a genius was rare even in the Middle Sky Continent. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to find a few in a generation. Among the younger generation of the East Divine Continent, there was an 8-star Venerable Master. This naturally proved that the quality of the younger generation of the East Divine Continent was higher than that of the South Continent and West He Continent. This made the 5 supremacies lose their mood to show off. Honorable Hao Yen, who was wearing a scarlet flame robe, looked at Wei Qingxian and said, "This generation of the East Divine Continent is also full of geniuses. This girl, which family is she from? An 8-star Venerable Master at such a young age. Her future is limitless." The younger generation of the East Divine Continent, except for Yi Xing, were all shocked. They looked at Wei Qingxian with surprise. Only then did they realize that there was an 8-star Venerable Master among the younger generation of geniuses. Honorable Emojien smiled and said, "She's a junior of my Blood Edge Empire. An 8-star Exalted Master under the age of 25, even in the Central Sky Continent it's rare to see such a talent. It seems that in this year's competition, she has a high chance of entering the Destiny Decree. The Blood Edge Empire can be considered proud and elated. Congratulations!" Honorable Hao Yen congratulated. The supremacies hadn't seen each other for many years. Those who didn't have a good relationship with each other left after greeting each other. Those who had a good relationship with each other stayed behind to chat with Honorable Emojien and the others. The younger generation of the 3 continents also sized each other up from afar. Those who could participate in the 3rd genius selection were all geniuses among geniuses of their respective continent. They all had a sense of pride and didn't think that they would lose to each other. When their gazes met, there was a faint smell of gunpowder. Not long after, another group of cultivators arrived. They were from the North Tranquil Continent. The North Tranquil Continent was the strongest of the 4 continents. It had a total of 4 upper-rank empires. They were the Ancient Nether Empire, the North Wind Empire, the Extreme Ice Empire, and the Sword Edge Empire. Ha ha! You guys are early. The more you serve as a foil, the earlier you come. This saying is true. When the North Tranquil Continent's cultivators arrived, a supremacy swept his gaze over the other 3 continents' cultivators and laughed. This was an 8-star supremacy with a violent aura. He was Ancient Nether Empire's Supremacy Netherflame. Supremacy Netherflame's words made the other 3 continents' cultivators unhappy. Supremacy Hao Yen said, "There's an 8-star supremacy among the younger generation of the East Divine Continent. He will definitely shine in the genius selection. It's not certain who will serve as a foil." Exalted Lord Hao Yen and Exalted Lord Emojien had a good relationship. Although the South Continent didn't have an 8-star Venerable Master, Exalted Lord Hao Yen didn't mind using the East Divine Continent's younger generation to slap Exalted Lord Netherflame's face. Even if the South Divine Continent's younger generation would lose face, Supremacy Hao Yen couldn't stand Supremacy Netherflame's arrogance and couldn't care less. 8-star Supremacy? Supremacy Netherflame's gaze was like lightning as he instantly shot over to the East Divine Continent's cultivators. He quickly locked onto Wei Qingxian. The sun has risen from the west. The East Divine Continent really has an 8-star Supremacy Junior. Haha. Supremacy Netherflame chuckled and didn't seem to care much. Unfortunately, he's still a bit weaker than my North U continent. My North U continent has 2 8-star Supremacy Juniors. My Ancient Nether Empire has 1, and the extreme Ice Empire also has one, and supremacy Netherflame paused. Another supremacy, whose aura was like an unsheathed sword, continued, and my Jianfeng Empire has a peerless swordsman. Although he's only a 7-star supremacy, he has the strength to defeat a 9-star supremacy. This genius selection is destined to be the stage of my North Yu continent. You're all foils. Ha ha ha. Supremacy Heavenly Wind of the North Wind Empire and Supremacy Ling Yu of the Extreme Ice Empire both laugh. The North Yu continent's strength couldn't be compared to the Middle Heaven continent, but it was the leader of the other 4 continents. Stepping on the other 3 continents was one of the joys of the North Yu continent. Chapter 562. Reverend Mo Jian and the others looked at the younger generation of the North Yuther continent. Indeed, there was a young man and a woman standing behind Reverend Netherflame and Reverend Ling Yu. They were both 8-star venerables. Behind the solitary sword venerables stood a green-clothed swordsman who looked to be about 20 years old. Although he was a 7-star venerables, his aura wasn't any weaker than the other 2 8-star venerables. Gu Qianshan of the ancient Nether Empire, Leng Ningxuang of the extreme Ice Empire, and Yi Jianga of the Sword Edge Empire were the 3 most outstanding geniuses of the North Yuther continent. Among them, Gu Qianshan and Leng Ningxuang were 8-star venerables who had the ability to challenge those above their level. They had become famous early on and were already 24 years old. Yi Jianga was a rising star who had become a 7-star venerables at the age of 20. Her strength was even more incredible, and she wasn't any weaker than Gu Qianshan and Leng Ningxuang. As an 8-star venerable master, he could still challenge someone of a higher level. In normal times, he would be a rare existence in the Middle Heaven continent. As for a 7-star venerable master who could defeat a 9-star venerable master, it was a rare occurrence in the Middle Heaven continent. Among the younger generation of the North Yuther continent, there were 2 8-star venerables who could challenge those above their level, and 1 7-star venerables who could defeat those above their level. In this golden age of martial arts, the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent was definitely more outstanding than normal times. In the eyes of the seniors of the North Yuther continent, although the younger generation of the North Yuther continent was outstanding, they couldn't be compared to the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, they shouldn't be inferior to the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent's 12 empires. As for the younger generation of the other 3 continents, the seniors of the North Yuther continent naturally didn't take them seriously. Among the younger generation of the North Yuther continent, there were 3 9-star venerables, and the younger generation of the other 3 continents couldn't be compared to them. Facing Reverend Netherflame's arrogance, the reverends of the other 3 continents all turned their heads and ignored him. For a time, only the martial artists of the North Yuther continent were gesticulating and talking with confidence. The martial artists of the other 3 continents were silent. Not long after, the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent's 12 empires arrived at the starry arena. The martial practitioners of the 4 great continents stood in the 4 cardinal directions of the Grand Galactic Arena. The 12 empires of the Central Heaven continent were also divided into the 4 directions of North, South, East, and West. Each direction had 3 empires, and it was the same in the Starry Sky Arena. The martial practitioners of the Eastern Han, Eastern Liang, Eastern Cloud Empire, and the Eastern Divine Continent were all in the Eastern Arena of the Grand Astral Arena. The martial practitioners of the Southern Qin Empire, Southern Mu Empire, and Southern Stone Empire, along with the martial practitioners of the Southern Continent, were all in the Southern Arena of the Grand Star Arena. The warriors of West Xia, West Di, West Leaf Empire, and West He Continent were all in the Western Arena of the Starry Sky Arena. The martial practitioners of Northern Wu, Northern Hu, and Northern Shao Empire and the martial practitioners of the Northern Nether Continent were all in the Northern Arena of the Grand Cosmic Arena. As for the central arena of the Starry Sky Grand Arena, it was the place where the Daryuan dynasty martial artists stayed. According to convention, the competition in the Grand Arena would start from the 4 smaller arenas. The top 25 rankers from each arena would have the qualifications to enter the central arena, where they would compete with the Grand Yuan dynasty's top 100 juniors for the Heavenly Fate rankings. Only 100 people would remain in the Heavenly Fate rankings, and the top 10 rankers would receive the blessing of the Star Continent. Finally, the top 10 rankers would enter a ranking battle to determine the strength of the Heavenly Fate rankings. The first ranker would receive the most Heavenly Fate rankings and be known as the Son of the Stars. He would definitely become a king in the future. The 2nd to 10th rankers would definitely become half-step kings. If they were lucky enough in the future, they would have a high chance of becoming a king. The martial practitioners of the Eastern Han Empire arrived at the Grand Astral Arena. In the small arenas on the eastern side, Han Cheng's gaze swept over the Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners, searching for them. Soon, he found Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, and his gaze turned sharp. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian felt Han Cheng's gaze, and both looked over. They saw Han Cheng walking over, and behind him was a familiar face, Han Ming. Han Cheng and Han Ming were both geniuses of the Eastern Han Empire's younger generation. Naturally, they had the qualifications to participate in this year's selections. Han Cheng and Han Ming directly walked over to the Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners. They didn't even glance at the venerable realm elders, and directly walked over to Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. "Brat, this young master has finally found you." Han Cheng glared at Yi Xing and said. The Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners all looked over. They didn't know how Yi Xing had offended the Middle Sky Continent's Eastern Han Empire's younger generation. The Eastern Han Empire was a peak second-grade force. Even if the Eastern Divine Continent's 3 high-grade empires were combined, they still couldn't compare to a single Eastern Han Empire. This Han Cheng was an 8-star venerable, and was clearly one of the top geniuses of the Eastern Han Empire's younger generation. Yi Xing came from a humble background, and there were many martial practitioners of the Eastern Divine Continent who didn't like him. Seeing that he had offended such a strong enemy, they were all gloating. Yi Xing looked at Han Cheng indifferently and said, "You're just a loser who lost to me. So what if you found me? Loser?" An 8-star venerable of the Eastern Han Empire's younger generation was defeated by Yi Xing? When the Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners heard this, they were all shocked and tongue-tied. Han Cheng's face was filled with anger. In the Starry Sky Arena, fighting was forbidden outside of the battle space. At this moment, even the venerables of the Eastern Han Empire couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. "Brat, go ahead and be arrogant. When the genius selection starts later, you better hope you don't meet Crown Prince Han Bin. Otherwise I'll kill you," Han Cheng said viciously. Although Han Cheng was an 8-star venerable and had the strength to fight a 9-star venerable, he wasn't the #1 genius of the Eastern Han Empire. Crown Prince Han Bin was. Han Bin was already at the peak of the 8th level of the astral realm, and his battle strength was invincible among 9-star venerables. Han Cheng knew that Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were very strong when they teamed up. Even a 9-star venerable wouldn't be a match for them. However, in the Starry Sky Arena, teaming up wasn't allowed. Everyone could only fight alone. Moreover, the Starry Sky Arena forbade the use of formations and weapons. One could only use weapons to increase one's strength. Yi Xing's goal this time was to become a Son of the Stars. He only treated the younger generation of the Deyuan dynasty as his opponent. What was the Crown Prince of the Eastern Han Empire? Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Haha, I'll be waiting." The Starry Sky Arena's teleportation formation could only be used by the Starry Sky Temple. However, from the Starry Sky Arena to the Starry Sky Continent, one could directly teleport to the various continents. After that, Yi Xing directly teleported back to the Eastern Divine Continent. Why would he be afraid of the Eastern Han Empire? Chapter 563. Han Cheng returned to the group of martial artists from the Donghan Empire and whispered something in the ear of a young martial artist. This young martial artist was also an 8-star venerable. Among the younger generation of the Donghan Empire, there were only 2 8-star venerables. Other than Han Cheng, the other was the Crown Prince, Han Bin. Han Bin's gaze shot towards Yi Xing, revealing a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xing glanced back indifferently, not taking the other party seriously. After all the martial artists from the 12 empires had arrived, the martial artists from the Great Yuan dynasty finally arrived. As soon as the martial artists from the Great Yuan dynasty appeared, a terrifying aura swept over. This was the aura of a king. Among the 100 or so martial artists from the Great Yuan dynasty, there were more than 10 kings. The aura that these kings released made the martial artists from the 12 empires and the 4 great continents tremble in fear. There were only 100 people from the Great Yuan dynasty participating in the 3rd genius selection. However, the cultivation and strength of these young geniuses far exceeded that of the 12 empires and the 4 great continents. Among the young geniuses from the Great Yuan dynasty, there were 6 9-star venerables, more than 30 8-star venerables, and the rest were 7-star venerables. In the 4 great continents, other than a few 8-star venerables, the highest cultivation was Astral Star Realm Level 7. In the other continents, they would be geniuses of the younger generation. However, in the Great Yuan dynasty, they were the most ordinary of the 100 people. Moreover, the young geniuses from the Great Yuan dynasty had stronger masters. Even if they had the same cultivation, their strength would be stronger than the martial artists from the 4 great continents. The Great Yuan dynasty cultivators directly entered the large arena in the center before stopping. More than 10 kings stood at the front of the crowd. Among them, a middle-aged king walked forward. He wore a long black robe with dragon patterns embroidered on it. He was very tall, taller than most of the martial artists by a head. This middle-aged king in black had the most terrifying aura. It was like the sun in the sky, making people not dare to look at him directly. This person, could he be? Yi Xing guessed that this person was probably the current ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty. Greetings, Supreme King. While Yi Xing was pondering, the cultivators of the Deyuan dynasty, be it the martial emperors, martial highnesses, or the juniors, all knelt down on one knee and yelled. Yi Xing was right. This person was the current Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Tai, the only 4-star king in the Starland. The grand arena in the starry skies would only be opened once every 30 years. It was a battle that concerned the destiny of the astral plane, and was a major event of the highest order. Every time the heavenly fate rankings were held, the Deyuan Paragon King would personally preside over it. This was the custom. Greetings, Supreme King. Seeing this, the venerables of the 12 empires and the 4 continents immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted the Supreme King Meng Tai. The juniors followed closely behind him, and Yi Xing was no exception. The paramount king, Meng Tai, swept his gaze around. Finally, his gaze landed on the arena in the east. He sized up the martial artists of the younger generation. When the utmost King Meng Tai's gaze landed on him, Yi Xing felt as though his body had been pierced by steel needles, causing him to feel a dull pain. Not long after, the Supreme King Meng Tai retracted his gaze and lightly said, "Rise." Although his voice was light, it seemed to resound in everyone's ears. After everyone stood up, the Supreme King Meng Tai said, "Martial arts is flourishing today, and geniuses are emerging in large numbers. Although the 4 wild lands are filled with amazing geniuses, this king is unwilling to allow the geniuses of the 4 wild lands to compete for the heavenly fate rankings with the Middle Sky continent's geniuses. As long as you are outstanding enough, you will be able to enter the heavenly fate rankings and receive the full support of the great Yuan dynasty. Thank you, Supreme King, the martial artists of the 4 continents said in unison. The 4 wild lands that the Supreme King Mengtai spoke of were obviously the 4 continents apart from the Middle Sky continent. The Supreme King Mengtai nodded slightly and said, "The rules of the heavenly fate rankings will be the same as before. The 4 small arenas will each select 25 young geniuses. A total of 100 young geniuses will enter the central arena and compete for the heavenly fate rankings with the great Yuan dynasty's geniuses. The selection process will be controlled by the Starry Skies arena. Whether you can leave your name on the heavenly fate rankings will depend on your own efforts. It will be fair and just. Now, I announce that the heavenly fate rankings will officially begin." After the Supreme King finished speaking, he waved his hand and the kings behind him all walked towards the central arena. When they reached the edge of the arena, the kings took out large amounts of high-grade star crystals and placed them into the grooves at the edge of the arena. Soon, the entire Starry Skies arena was covered with a layer of array light. The Starry Skies arena had been activated. The heavenly fate rankings, which were held once every 30 years, had officially begun. Within the array light, martial artists with life wheels over 25 years old didn't feel anything. However, the young geniuses with life wheels under 25 years old all felt a warm sensation when they were shown on by the array light. Their bodies involuntarily rose up into the air. The young geniuses all rose to a height of 100 zhang. The light of the formation split the space into pieces, and each of the young geniuses was in a different space. In the air above the eastern arena, there were a total of 200 young geniuses. 100 of them came from the East Divine Continent. Since Yi Tianhe had fallen, there were naturally young geniuses to replace him. The other 100 came from the 3 great empires of the Middle Sky continent. In the air, a voice sounded out, "There are a total of 200 people. Each person will fight 10 battles at random. Those who lose 3 times in a row will be eliminated. The top 25 will be decided based on their winning percentage. Those who see blood will lose." The same voice sounded out in all the other directions. In the first stage, there were only 4 smaller arenas in the east, south, west, and north. Once the top 25 were decided from each arena, they would enter the central arena. Once again, there would be a total of 200 people, and the top 100 heavenly fate rankings would be decided. Yi Xing suddenly felt the space around him shift. In the blink of an eye, he was moved to another array space. Another martial artist was also moved to this array space. This grand arena in the starry sky was an extremely large and complex array space. In the blink of an eye, it wasn't just Yi Xing who was moved to the same array space. Instead, the 200 people were divided into 2 groups and moved to 100 different array spaces. The elder martial artists below all looked up at the sky. The array spaces were translucent and they were able to see the battles taking place in each array space. Yi Xing's opponent was a 6-star sage, not a martial artist from the East Divine Continent. This 6-star sage was called Liang Tong, and he was a young genius from the Dongliang Empire. A 6-star sage was one of the weakest amongst the young geniuses of the Dongliang, Donghan, and Dongyun empires. Bang! Yi Xing casually pushed out and Liang Tong was sent flying backwards. He slammed into the array walls in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. Those who saw blood would lose. Chapter 564. 1 win in a row, 2 wins in a row, 3 wins in a row. Yi Xing's previous opponents were all 6-star immortals, and they were all easily defeated by Yi Xing in 1 move. Soon, Yi Xing had his 4th opponent. Ing Xiangyang was stunned when he saw Yi Xing. He had won 3 matches in a row, but he did not expect to meet Yi Xing in his 4th match. After being defeated by Yi Tianhe, Ing Xiangyang's arrogant character had been restrained a lot. He no longer thought that he was the best among the younger generation. Especially after seeing the geniuses of the younger generation in the Middle Heaven continent, he realized his shortcomings and became somewhat cautious. However, Ing Xiangyang was still confident in Yi Xing. After all, he could easily defeat Mo Tong if he went all out. In Ing Xiangyang's opinion, even if Yi Xing was stronger than Mo Tong, he could not be much stronger. Ing Xiangyang's eyes suddenly became vicious, and he said coldly, "Yi Xing, I said I would deal with you in the Starry Sky Arena, he." Yi Xing looked at Ing Xiangyang indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant. Noisy! Yi Xing waved his hand and slapped toward Ing Xiangyang's face. If the two of them were equal in strength, such an action was tantamount to courting death, because the opponent had countless ways to kill you before the slap landed on his face. However, if there was a great disparity in strength between the two, it was a different story. Seeing Yi Xing rush up to slap him, Ing Xiangyang was angry but also excited. A best spiritual weapon sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he waved it, trying to cut off Yi Xing's entire hand. Ding! Yi Xing's other hand flicked out a finger. With a crisp sound, the best spiritual weapon sword flew out of Ing Xiangyang's hand. Bang! Almost at the same time, Ing Xiangyang's body flew out, and a bloody handprint appeared on his face. He spat out blood and broken teeth, and hit the void formation wall hard. Ing Xiangyang saw blood, and with a flash of light, he was teleported to another array formation space to recuperate. Yi Xing had obtained 4 consecutive victories. 5 consecutive victories, 6 consecutive victories, 7 consecutive victories. In the following battles, Yi Xing won with a single move. His physical strength was comparable to a half-step honorable realm expert. Even if his cultivation base was sealed at the 7th level of the astral realm, his physical strength did not change. Of course, he could defeat everyone in his way. There weren't many martial artists who had a winning streak. Sometimes, even an 8-star venerable master might be defeated when the two of them met. However, if one was defeated once or twice, there was still a chance. Only when the number of defeats reached 3 would one be eliminated. There were not many chances for the strong to meet each other. Therefore, as long as one's strength was indeed strong and one's luck was not extremely bad, one would not be eliminated in advance. However, if one's strength was weak, they would basically be defeated 3 times very quickly. They would directly fall from the sky and land on the stage, no longer affected by the light of the formation. The weak were gradually eliminated, and those who remained were the strong. As the matches went on, the chances of the strong meeting each other increased. In the 8th round, Yi Xing's opponent was Han Cheng. Han Cheng was an 8-star venerable master, and he had the battle strength of a 9-star venerable master. He was much stronger now than he was in the primordial ruins. He was one of the top 9-star venerables. However, it was a tragedy for him to meet Yi Xing. Just like Ing Xiangyang, Han Cheng was also sent flying by Yi Xing with a single slap. His teeth were broken all over the ground. After 8 consecutive victories, Yi Xing met another 8-star venerable master in the 9th round. He was a junior genius from the Eastern Cloud Empire, and his strength was on par with Han Cheng's. Yi Xing easily won 9 consecutive victories. Yi Xing's last battle came. His opponent was the Crown Prince of the Eastern Cloud Empire, Han Bin. Han Bin's cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th level of the astral realm, and he was almost invincible among the 9-star venerables. He was one of the top geniuses among the 3 empires in the east of the Middle Sky continent. Only an 8-star venerable master from the Eastern Cloud Empire, who was also invincible among the 9-star venerables, could be mentioned in the same breath as Han Bin. Yi Xing had only revealed the cultivation of a 7-star venerable master, but he had defeated all his opponents. Even 2 8-star venerable masters had been defeated by him. He had already attracted the attention of many senior martial artists in the arena. Even many senior martial artists from the Deyuan dynasty in the central arena were paying attention to Yi Xing. However, there was another outstanding person in the northern arena. It was Yi Jianga, a junior genius from the Jianfeng Empire in the North Tranquil Continent. Even the 8-star venerables from the 3 empires in the north of the Middle Sky Continent couldn't take more than 2 or 3 moves from Yi Jianga. In addition, there were also outstanding juniors in the western and southern arenas. However, they were all from the Middle Sky Continent, and they were different from Yi Xing and Yi Jianga. Therefore, Yi Xing and Yi Jianga received more attention. You are the martial artist from the East Divine Continent that Han Xing mentioned? Han Bin looked coldly at Yi Xing and said, You are very unlucky to have met me. Yi Xing still looked calm and said, You are the unlucky one. Ha ha. Han Bin laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura was emitted from his body. Great Ice Palm! Freeze him! Han Bin shouted and pushed the Icy Star Gang to the limit. At the same time, he used the Icy Star form and slammed his palm toward Yi Xing. A cold wind blew. Wherever the palm wind passed, the void condensed into frost. Even Yi Xing's body was covered with a layer of white frost. Die! Han Bin shouted coldly. His palm, which was covered in ice, instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. He wanted to smash Yi Xing, who was sealed in ice, into pieces with his palm. Bang! Just as Han Bin's palm was about to land on Yi Xing, there was a sudden explosion. The white frost outside Yi Xing's body exploded and turned into powder. Boom! Yi Xing punched out and collided with Han Bin's icy palm. In the explosion, Yi Xing was as still as a mountain. He did not even take half a step back. On the other hand, the ice in Han Bin's palm was shattered. His body was even thrown back by the terrifying force. How is this possible? Han Bin was shocked. He had used his astrology and his full strength was enough to defeat a venerable 9 stars. However, he was sent flying by a venerable 7 stars with a single punch. Whoosh! Before Han Bin could think further, Yi Xing took a big step forward. His figure flashed like a flowing light and caught up with Han Bin's retreating figure. He punched out again. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. Han Bin was retreating and could not dodge in time. He was hit by the punch. Bang! Han Bin's protective astral gang shattered instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He collided with the void array wall and was teleported away by the array. Yi Xing had won 10 consecutive victories. With 10 consecutive victories, he would definitely enter the next stage and compete for the Heaven's Will with the younger generation in the central arena. Next, Yi Xing waited for the other martial artists to compete. The void array wall did not arrange any more opponents for him. Chapter 565. The array split the space into multiple spaces, allowing multiple battles to take place at the same time. As the cultivators who lost 3 times were eliminated, the number of juniors in the Eastern arena decreased. In the end, there were only 25 people left. Among the 25, only 3 of them had a 10-match winning streak. They were Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Liang Long. Apart from them, the rest had 1 or even 2 defeats. Among the 3, the most dazzling one was undoubtedly Yi Xing. Firstly, Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the astral realm. Secondly, Yi Xing had defeated Han Bin, who wasn't any weaker than Liang Long. Apart from Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, Ying Xiangyang and Mo Tong were also in the top 25. They each had 2 defeats. Among the juniors of the East Divine Continent, there were a total of 4 who had won in the first cultivation stage and obtained the qualifications to participate in the second stage of the Heavenly Fate ranking battle. This shocked the cultivators of the Eastern Liang, Eastern Han, and Eastern Cloud empires. Each of the 3 empires had 2 8-star venerables and more than 37 star venerables. In their opinion, the juniors of the East Divine Continent couldn't be compared to the juniors of the 3 empires. According to the cultivators of the 3 empires, It would be considered good if there were 1 or 2 juniors from the East Divine Continent who could enter the top 25. Who would have thought that there would be 4 of them? Furthermore, 2 of them had won all 10 matches. They were even more outstanding than the juniors of the 3 empires of the Middle Sky Continent. The juniors of the East Divine Continent shone brightly in the Eastern arena. The juniors of the North Tranquil Continent performed even better in the Northern arena. In the Northern arena, there were 3 people who had won all 10 matches. Only one of them was from the 3 empires of the Middle Sky Continent. The other 2 were from the North Tranquil Continent. They were Gu Qianshan from the ancient Nether Empire and Yi Jianga from the Jianfeng Empire. The 7-star venerables had won all 10 matches. Like Yi Xing, Yi Jianga was the most outstanding person in the northern arena and attracted the attention of many cultivators from the Great Yuan dynasty. Other than Gu Qianshan and Yi Jianga, there were 3 more people from the North Tranquil Continent who had entered the top 25, one more than the East Divine Continent. As the strongest of the 4 continents, the North Nether Continent was indeed extraordinary. As for the Western Continent and the Southern Continent, the performance of the young geniuses of the Western Continent and the Southern Continent was very ordinary. Only one of them had entered the list of 25 winners. Among them, the most outstanding junior genius in the Western arena was Prince Yi Weinan of the Western Leaf Empire. The most outstanding junior genius in the Southern arena was Prince Shirlei of the Southern Rock Empire. These 2 were the only 9 stars superior in each arena. Even in the Great Yuan dynasty, there were only 6 9-star venerables among the younger generation geniuses. Naturally, they were eye-catching. Yi Xing, Shirlei, Yi Weinan, and Yi Jianga were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation in the 4 arenas. Other than Shirlei, the other 3 had the surname Yi. This made the paramount King Meng Tai and the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, who knew the secret of the Fiend Star, frown slightly. Among the 6 9-star venerables of the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, there was a genius with the surname Yi. He was a descendant of a sovereign clan. In addition, among the 8-star venerables and 7-star venerables, there were several geniuses with the surname Yi. They were all very outstanding. Among the younger geniuses, other than the Meng royal clan, the most outstanding ones were the martial artists with the surname Yi. Furthermore, the Meng royal clan was only from the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the geniuses with the surname Yi could be said to be all over the world. There were the descendants of the Great Yuan dynasty, such as the descendants of the royal clan with the surname Yi. There were the descendants of the empires, such as the prince of the Western Leaf Empire, Yi Weinan. There were also the descendants of other continents, such as Yi Jianga of the North Tranquil Continent and Yi Xing of the East Divine Continent. The Fiend Star is in chaos, and I am born with the surname Yi. Now that there are so many geniuses with the surname Yi, the heavens are trying to confuse my eyes. The paramount King Meng Tai muttered in his heart as a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. The paramount King Meng Tai's intention was to kill the wrong person rather than let the wrong person go. However, if he were to kill indiscriminately without confirming the death of the Fiend Star, his heart wouldn't be at peace. Therefore, he had to find the Fiend Star in chaos. Only after confirming the identity of the Fiend Star would he be able to feel at ease. Otherwise, even if he were to kill the wrong person, it would be in vain. Since it is the Fiend Star in chaos, it must be the most monstrous one. Heavens, let's see how long you can confuse my eyes. As the selection continues, there will definitely be one who will stand out. If the Fiend Star continues to hide, all the geniuses with the surname Yi who entered the heavenly fate rankings will die. Killing intent surged in the paramount King Meng Tai's heart. If he couldn't confirm the identity of the Fiend Star in chaos, then he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. On the 4 stages, the 25 victorious geniuses were guided by the formation and moved towards the central stage. In the air above the central stage, the geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty all had disdainful looks in their eyes. In their eyes, whether it was the other 4 continents or the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent, they were all ants, not even worth mentioning. The Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Starry Continent. The younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty were the future of the Starry Continent. According to past practice, the geniuses of the 12 empires who were able to enter the heavenly fate rankings were only 1 or 2 from each empire. More than 80% of the geniuses on the heavenly fate rankings were from the Great Yuan dynasty. In the Great Yuan dynasty, not only was there the Meng royal clan, there were also the various king clans that were vassals of the Great Yuan dynasty. The number of geniuses in the younger generations was innumerable, far surpassing the other empires. The second stage of the heavenly fate rankings will be decided in a single battle. 10 battles per group, start now. A voice sounded out from the formation. Very quickly, the geniuses of the younger generations were moved to the 4 corners, creating a large empty space in the middle that was divided into 10 groups. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 20 geniuses of the younger generations were guided by the formation and moved at high speed. Every 2 people were sent to a different area. This battle was extremely simple. The winner would be able to enter the heavenly fate rankings, while the loser would be directly eliminated. In order to avoid a clash between the strong, there was naturally a set of rules for the arrangement of opponents. That was, those with a higher cultivation base would fight against those with a lower cultivation base, and the remaining cultivators of the same level would fight against each other randomly. Although this kind of battle wasn't absolutely fair, it still greatly reduced the chances of the strong encountering each other. If, under these circumstances, a clash between the strong still occurred, then that would mean that the eliminated cultivator had no fate with the heavenly fate rankings. On one side, the strongest geniuses of the younger generation from the Great Yuan dynasty were sent out, while on the other side, the weakest geniuses of the younger generations were sent out. The results were obvious. The geniuses of the younger generations from the Great Yuan dynasty were victorious. Chapter 566. Every group had a total of 10 rounds. After each round, 10 participants would be eliminated, and 10 of them would be ranked on the heavenly fate rankings. Because it was a battle between the strong and the weak, the battles progressed very quickly. After a few rounds, none of the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation had been eliminated. As for the younger generation from the 4 continents and the 12 empires, they were eliminated one after another. After 5 rounds, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation's 9-star venerables and 8-star venerables had all won and entered the destiny list. This also meant that 57-star venerables had been eliminated. Among them was East Divine Continent's Emotong. In the 6th round, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation had won completely. In the 7th round, there was finally a change in the situation. A total of 4 Great Yuan dynasty cultivators had been eliminated and 4 of the 12 empires' younger generation had won and entered the destiny list. Ing Xiangyang was eliminated in this round of competition. In the 8th round, Yi Xing was sent into an array space. His opponent was a Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. In this round, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation, who was originally in the air above the central arena, would fight against the 100 cultivators from the 4 other arenas. The order of the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty was from the highest cultivation level to the lowest, and their strength was basically from the strongest to the weakest. As for the ancient martial art practitioners from the 4 arenas, the order of appearance was from the lowest cultivation level to the highest, and from the weakest to the strongest. Yi Xing's previous performance was undoubtedly the strongest among the Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. Therefore, when he entered the arena, he was the last Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. As for the other powerful Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables, Yi Jianga, he was also in this group. In this group, there were two great Yuan dynasty's 8-star venerables. One was the Eastern Han Empire's Han Bin and the other was the North Tranquil Continent's Leng Ningxuang. In this group, 6 of the cultivators from the 4 smaller arenas had won and advanced. Yi Xing was one and Yi Jianga was another. The two great Yuan dynasty's 8-star venerables naturally didn't lose. The other two great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables were also extremely powerful and defeated their opponents. In addition to the 4 people from the 7th group, there were already 10 people who had won and entered the Destiny Decree. The matches for the 9th and 10th groups ended quickly. The warriors who had advanced from the 4 small arenas were all 8-star venerables. The remaining warriors from the Great Yuan dynasty were all 7-star venerables, who were the weakest of them all. Therefore, the 9th and 10th groups, the 12 empires and the 4 continents all won. The second stage of the Heavenly Fate rankings had ended. The top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings had been determined. There were 70 from the Great Yuan dynasty and 30 from the 12 empires and 4 continents. Actually, it wasn't the 12 empires or the 4 great continents. Among these 30 people, most of them were juniors from the 12 empires. Other than that, the only juniors from the East Divine Continent were Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The North Tranquil Continent had 3 juniors, Yi Jianga, Gu Qianshan, and Leng Ningxuang. Not a single genius from the Southern and Western Continent managed to enter the Destiny Board. It was normal for the Southern and Western Continent to do so. The East Divine Continent had exceeded the norm because of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. As for the North Tranquil Continent, they were an exception because of their strength. In the past, the juniors of the Great Yuan Empire would always occupy at least 80% of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Sometimes, they would even occupy 90% of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Among the juniors of the 12 great empires, it would already be considered very good if even one of them managed to enter the Heavenly Fate rankings. The 12 empires were much stronger than the 4 continents. It was only natural that none of the 4 continents would be able to enter the Destiny Decree. This time around, the younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty only took up 70% of the Destiny Decree. This was clearly out of the norm. Therefore, the East Divine Continent and North Tranquil Continent also had their own geniuses who managed to enter the Destiny Decree. Those who won continued to hover in the air, while those who were eliminated directly fell back to the stage they were originally on. Only the top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings remained in the air. Every single one of these 100 rankers was an expert. Even the weakest of the venerated 7-star sovereigns had unrivaled battle prowess among the venerated 8-star sovereigns. Challenging those with higher cultivation bases was as easy as flipping their hands. There were even geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation bases than them. For example, Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were both venerated 7-star sovereigns, but their strength was no weaker than venerated 9-star sovereigns. The younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty all had ugly expressions on their faces. Out of the top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings, they only managed to take up 70 of them. This result, in their eyes, was the worst result in history. Looking at Yi Xing and the rest, the younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty all had gloomy expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the younger generations of the 12 empires and 4 continents were nothing more than ants. They didn't even have the qualifications to be ranked with them. The third stage, the battle for the top 10. You will be divided into 10 groups. The first in each group will be ranked in the top 10. A voice rang out in the air. The 100 rankers in the air were instantly moved by the power of the formation. Very quickly, the 100 rankers were divided into 10 groups. Each group had 10 people. The formation divided the space into 10 spaces, and each group was placed in a space. The 8 venerated 9-star sovereigns were placed in different groups. In Yi Xing's group, there was a venerated 9-star sovereign. It was the prince of the Southern Stone Empire, Shirley. Yi Xing looked at his group. Apart from Shirley, there were 6 venerated 8-star sovereigns. Each of them had the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation bases than them. They weren't any weaker than venerated 9-star sovereigns. The strongest of them might even have reached the level of venerated 9-star sovereigns. Gu Qianshan of the northern nether continent was in the same group as Yi Xing. Yi Xing didn't care about the 8-star sovereigns, including Gu Qianshan. Only venerated 9-star sovereigns, Shirley, was worthy of Yi Xing's attention. Shirley's strength should be comparable to a half-step venerable. Out of the 10 groups, 8 of them had venerated 9-star sovereigns. The other 2 groups only had venerated 8-star sovereigns with the highest cultivation base. Undoubtedly, the venerated 8-star sovereigns thought that it was the easiest group to enter the top 10. All the venerated 8-star sovereigns were envious of the venerated 8-star sovereigns who were placed in these 2 groups. Yi Xing looked at the 2 groups and found that Wei Qingxian was in one of the groups. Ling Ningxuang of the northern nether continent was in the same group as her. In the other group, the one who attracted Yi Xing's attention the most was a venerated 7-star sovereign. He was the peerless swordsman of the northern nether continent, Yi Jianga. As he stood there, his sharp aura overshadowed all the other venerated 8-star sovereigns in his group. Ha ha ha! Honorable Lord Mo Jian, the juniors of our 2 continents are really fated. 2 juniors of the East Divine Continent have bumped into the juniors of my northern nether continent. In the eastern arena, High Lord Netherflame looked at the various groups of martial artists in the sky and laughed heartily. This time, my North Nether Continent has 3 junior geniuses that have entered the Destiny Decree, and one of them will even enter the top 10 of the Destiny Decree. Your East Divine Continent has no chance. Chapter 567. Just as Master Serene Flame finished his words, the battle in the sky had already begun. The first 2 in Yi Xing's group were him and Gu Qianshan, the genius of the younger generation from the North Netherworld continent. Ha ha! Master Serene Flame burst into laughter and said, "Look, Master Mo Jian, your junior from the East Divine Continent is really unlucky to have met my disciple, Gu Qianshan. This round of the competition has just begun and he's about to be eliminated, ha ha!" In the first round of the competition, Yi Xing and Gu Qianshan had both won 10 rounds in a row. However, Yi Xing was a 7-star venerable while Gu Qianshan was an 8-star venerable. In Master Serene Flame's heart, he naturally thought that Gu Qianshan was stronger. Reverend Mo Jian snorted coldly and said, "Reverend Serene Flame, don't celebrate too early. The result of this battle may not necessarily be the victory of the younger generation of your ancient Nether Empire." Who was Yi Xing? Although Master Mo Jian did not know about the Demon Star of Troubled Times, he knew that Yi Xing was a peerless genius in the eyes of the Black Biao King. A peerless genius in the eyes of a king was absolutely extraordinary. Mo Jian did not hold out much hope for Yi Xing to enter the top 10, but he did not think that he was inferior to Gu Qianshan. In the air, Gu Qianshan also recognized that Yi Xing was a junior from the Eastern Divine Continent. He laughed and said, "Little brat from the Eastern Divine Continent, you're lucky to be able to enter the Heavenly Fate rankings. However, your luck has come to an end. The first battle of the Heavenly Fate rankings will be your end." Yi Xing's expression was as usual as he looked at Gu Qianshan and said, "You warriors from the North Netherworld continent are not very strong, but your words are arrogant. To be honest, an opponent like you does not interest me at all. You can't even force me to use my astrology. Furthermore, defeating you will only take 1 or 2 moves." Gu Qianshan was furious. Below, in the East Arena, Master Serene Flame's face was also ashen. Yi Xing's words were simply too contemptuous. Not only did he not put Gu Qianshan in his eyes, but he also meant that all the junior martial artists of the North Netherworld continent were exaggerating. Humph! Supremacy Netherflame snorted coldly, and then transmitted his voice to Gu Qianshan and Xinggang. "Take care of this brat for me." Gu Qianshan stared at Yi Xing with a murderous look in his eyes. In a battle in the grand arena, the sight of blood was a sign of defeat. This sight of blood referred to internal injuries and not external injuries. If it was only a cut on the skin and flesh, it would be considered an insignificant injury to a martial artist, and it would not be judged as a failure. As for vomiting blood due to internal injuries, it didn't matter how much blood there was. As long as there was blood, it would be considered a failure. In a duel between two people, if the loser met a kind-hearted opponent, he might only be lightly injured. However, if the loser met an evil-hearted opponent who purposely dealt a heavy blow, he might be seriously injured. In fact, it was even possible for them to kill those who were particularly vicious. Of course, in a duel in the grand arena, it was not easy to kill a person. This was because as soon as one vomited blood, the formation would judge the loser and the void of the formation would automatically separate the two people in the duel. Therefore, it was only possible to kill an opponent in one blow. Everyone present was a genius of the younger generation, and their strength was not weak. Even if there was a big gap in strength, they all had life-saving means. It was very difficult to kill them in one blow. Gu Qianshan's eyes revealed a murderous look. He did not want to kill Yi Xing, but he wanted to seriously injure Yi Xing. "You asked for it." Gu Qianshan shouted angrily. Starlight soared into the sky. He used his astrology and his body instantly turned into a fiery red light shadow. The fiery red light shadow was extremely fast. In an instant it had circled around Yi Xing many times. Gu Qianshan's astrology was a fiery star with rotating flames, as if there was a tornado blowing. It was the extreme grade astrology wind-fire star, which contained the two attributes of wind and fire. The extreme grade astrology was superior. It was the highest astrology in the starland. In addition, it had the two attributes of wind and fire. This made Gu Qianshan's strength increase greatly. Although Gu Qianshan was confident, he did not dare to underestimate Yi Xing, a 7-star venerable. After all, Yi Xing had also won 10 consecutive battles in the first round and defeated an 8-star venerable. Therefore, Gu Qianshan used all his strength in his first attack. Gu Qianshan's serene fire steps had a very high level of attainment. His speed was extremely fast, and his body was like a flickering shadow. In a flash, he could appear in all directions of Yi Xing and unleash a terrifying attack that was impossible to defend against. Hee. Gu Qianshan sneered, but his laughter seemed to come from all directions. It was impossible to know his exact location. One could only see a ball of fiery red light spinning rapidly around Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you're able to win 10 rounds consecutively in the first stage. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, your strength is useless in front of me, Gu Qianshan. I, Gu Qianshan, can easily injure you. You're going to lose. Gu Qianshan's voice still came from all directions. Just as he finished speaking, a palm suddenly struck Yi Xing's neck. With such a fast speed, even a 9-star venerable could not react in time. If he was hit by Gu Qianshan's palm, his bones would be broken and he would be seriously injured. However, when Gu Qianshan's palm was an inch away from Yi Xing's neck, it suddenly stopped. Yi Xing seemed to have calculated the opponent's attack position. He raised his palm and grabbed Gu Qianshan's wrist. Gu Qianshan's palm exploded, but when the gangqi fell on Yi Xing's neck, Yi Xing did not move at all. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. Is that all you've got? Yi Xing said indifferently. He grabbed Gu Qianshan's wrist and exerted force. Gu Qianshan felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the gangqi in his palm dissipated instantly. Gu Qianshan was shocked. He had never expected that Yi Xing would have such accurate reaction speed and judgment. He could even grab his wrist. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Xing's strength was so terrifying. Gu Qianshan's wrist was grabbed like being clamped by an iron clamp. Even though he used Gangqi to defend himself, he still felt a sharp pain. He had a horrible feeling that his bones were about to be crushed. Below, in the eastern arena, Supremacy Netherflame was dumbfounded. This result was beyond his expectations. Let go! Gu Qianshan roared. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched toward Yixing's face. Yixing grabbed Gu Qianshan's arm and threw him. Gu Qianshan's body flew up uncontrollably, and the punch was out of order. Yixing's physical strength was too strong. Gu Qianshan was caught in his hand and had no room to resist. After being thrown by Yixing, his body floated in the air and completely lost control. Get lost! Yixing kicked out and hit Gu Qianshan's stomach. Whoosh! Gu Qianshan's body instantly shot backward. The follow-up plot has been sorted out. The missing chapters from number 19 to 20 will be filled soon. Chapter 568. Gu Qianshan spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Then, with a loud bang, he crashed heavily into the void array wall. The void array instantly separated Yixing and Gu Qianshan, judging Gu Qianshan's defeat. This stage was to determine the top 10 of the destiny list. Only one person from each group could advance, so the loser would be eliminated. Gu Qianshan fell back to the eastern arena. Reverend Netherflame caught him. Haha, Reverend Netherflame, the younger generation of the East Divine Continent is not bad, right? Reverend Mo Jian didn't forget to slap Reverend Netherflame's face. Humph! Reverend Netherflame's face turned ugly. He snorted and said, "This kid's strength is not bad, but he's not fated to enter the top 10. As for the younger generation of the North Netherworld continent, one of them will definitely enter the top 10. Lingning Shuang and Yi Jianga were in two groups without a venerable 9-star. Reverend Netherflame believed that both of them had hopes of entering the top 10. However, although Lingning Shuang was powerful, she was not invincible as an 8-star venerable. But Lord Serene Flame knew Yi Jianga's strength. Yi Jianga was a genius and a peerless swordsman. Even though he was only a 7-star venerable, he was stronger than Lingning Shuang and Gu Qianshan. Reverend Netherflame was sure that Yi Jianga would definitely enter the top 10 of the destiny list. And Yixing's group had a venerable 9-star venerable. A venerable 9-star venerable was definitely stronger than an ordinary half-step venerable. Reverend Netherflame was sure that Yixing wasn't fated to enter the top 10. Reverend Netherflame's face became much better. The only pity was that Yi Jianga wasn't a junior of the ancient Nether Empire. Otherwise, he would be very happy. In the central arena, the Paramount King, Meng Tai, as well as many experts from the Great Yuan dynasty, locked their gazes on Yixing. Yixing had easily defeated Gu Qianshan. His performance was demonic. Furthermore, he was a junior martial art practitioner from the East Divine Continent. He was the main suspect of the Great Yuan dynasty. In the second battle, Yixing's opponent was a 7-star venerable from the Great Yuan dynasty. "I am Yi Qingfei, pleased to meet you." This was a descendant of the Yi royal clan. Although he was only a 7-star venerable master, his strength could defeat an 8-star venerable master. However, facing Yixing, a junior martial artist of the same realm, Yixing did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. The strength that Yixing displayed was much stronger than his. Yixing had defeated an ordinary 8-star venerable master, but Yixing had defeated Gu Qianshan, a genius 8-star venerable master. He was stronger than an ordinary 9-star venerable master. "I am Yixing, please." Since the other party was polite, Yixing was also polite. Soon, the two of them exchanged blows. After exchanging several blows, Yixing and Yixing exchanged a few blows. Yixing's fist shook the other to the point that blood flowed out of his mouth. He only suffered light injuries. Yi Qingfei was defeated and eliminated. he fell from the sky and returned to the central fighting ring. At this stage, each group had 10 people. After winning 2 rounds in a row, they could take a break. Yi Xing won 2 rounds in a row and returned to his original position in the sky. Next up was Shi Lei, a 9-star Venerable Master, and the other was an 8-star Venerable Master, a descendant of the Great Yuan dynasty. The 8-star Venerable Master's strength was not inferior to Gu Qianshan's. He was also one of the top 9-star Venerables. However, he had no chance of winning his first battle against Shi Lei. Shi Lei's strength had reached the half-step to Venerable Master. Although the 9-star Venerable Master and the half-step to Venerable Master were not far apart in terms of cultivation, there was a huge gap between their strength. After the 8-star Venerable Master was defeated, Shi Lei's second opponent was a 7-star Venerable Master from the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he won easily. After winning 2 rounds in a row, Shi Lei returned to his original position to rest. He glanced at Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing was only a 7-star Venerable Master, he had easily defeated Gu Qianshan. Among the younger martial artists in this group, only Yi Xing was regarded as an opponent by Shi Lei. Of course, it was only an ordinary opponent. After all, Yi Xing was a 7-star Venerable. Shi Lei did not believe that Yi Xing could defeat him. As a martial artist from the Middle Sky continent, Shi Lei had never heard of a 7-star Venerable Master's strength surpassing a half-step to Venerable Master. In Yi Xing's group, 2 people rested and 4 people were eliminated. The remaining 4 people were 8-star Venerable Masters. 2 of them were transferred to the middle of the formation to continue fighting. Yi Xing's attention was not on his own group, but on the other group's matches. Yi Xing casually glanced at the groups with 9-star Venerables and did not pay attention to them. As long as a 9-star Venerable made a move, they would easily defeat their opponents and enter the top 10. There was no suspense. Yi Xing paid attention to the group Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga were in. At this moment, Wei Qingxian was going to fight. Her opponent was a 7-star Venerable, and she easily won her first battle. Wei Qingxuan's second opponent came up. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. It was also a genius from the northern underworld continent. Since they were in the same group, they might not have a chance to fight. However, things were so coincidental. Yi Xing was in this group and had fought Gu Qianshan from the northern underworld continent. Wei Qingxian was going to fight Ling Yishuang from the northern underworld continent. In the eastern arena, the Youhua Empire's attention was also on Wei Qingxian and Ling Ningxuang. Because he had made a wrong judgment about Yi Xing and had been slapped in the face by Mo Jian, he did not come to a conclusion early. However, the hope in his heart had not changed. He naturally wanted to see Ling Ningxuang win. The rest of the martial artists from the northern underworld continent were the same. In the sky, Wei Qingxian and Ling Ningxuang quickly started to fight. Fluttering Snow Palm. Sky Frost Fist. Wei Qingxian and Ling Ningxuang both used ice attribute martial arts. As soon as they attacked, the array space they were in was covered with a layer of frost. Pieces of ice condensed under their feet. The difference was that Ling Ningxuang used astrology, but Wei Qingxian did not. Wei Qingxuan's martial arts attainments were much deeper than Ling Ningxuang's. Moreover, her comprehension of ice concept was not something that Ling Ningxuang could compare to. In less than 10 moves, Wei Qingxian had already gained the upper hand. Ling Ningxuang kept dodging with her movement skills. It was obvious that she was going to lose. After a few more moves, Ling Ningxuang was hit by Wei Qingxuan's fluttering snow palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and lost the battle. Wei Qingxian had defeated Ling Ningxuang without using astrology. The two were not on the same level. The eyes of the venerable 8 stars who were in the same group as Wei Qingxian dimmed. They had thought that they had a chance of entering the top 10 in this group. Now, it seemed that the first place of this group was already decided. Wei Qingxian and Ling Ningxuang were both beauties of the present age. Especially Wei Qingxian, she was even more stunning. The battle between the two attracted the attention of many warriors. Now that Wei Qingxian had won, she was covered in the halo of victory. In the eyes of many martial artists, she was extremely stunning. Some of the younger martial artists, who had weaker control, were stunned. In this instant, countless martial artists were infatuated with Wei Qingxian. Chapter 569. Update number 19. First update. This girl can be taken as a concubine. The Supreme King Meng Tai looked at Wei Qingxian and thought in his heart. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Meng Tai had only lived for a few hundred years and was in the prime of his life. As the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty, he had countless beauties in his harem. Although she had already given birth to many children, and the delayed matters had already been completed, the pleasure of making love in the mountains of Wushan was still not enough. The almighty King Meng Tai had seen countless beauties in his life. Moreover, every once in a while, there would be factions from all over the Great Yuan dynasty offering beauties as tribute. The almighty King Meng Tai would not be moved by ordinary beauties. For example, Lung Ningxuang was definitely a top beauty in the eyes of ordinary warriors. However, in the eyes of the Supreme King Meng Tai, there was not much novelty. Although beauties like Lung Ningxuang were one in a million, the Supreme King Meng Tai had seen countless of them in his life. Only a peerless beauty like Wei Qingxian could make him think of taking her. Lung Ningxuang fell and was caught by Extreme Ice Empire's High Lord Ling Yu. Ha! High Lord Mo Jian laughed softly. Looking at High Lord Serene Flame's ashen face, he could not help but feel proud. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were both students of the Shuefeng Empire Academy. High Lord Mo Jian was very happy at this moment. The other warriors of the East Divine Continent also had smiles on their faces and felt proud. Wei Qingxian had won 2 rounds in a row and returned to her original position in the air. Yi Xing's gaze shifted to Yi Jianqiu in the other group. Yi Jianqiu had already finished his first battle. The attention of the other warriors was basically attracted by the battle between Wei Qingxian and Lung Ningxuang. Other than the warriors in their group, no one was paying attention to this battle. Yi Jianqiu's first opponent was a 7-star Venerable. His strength was not even comparable to an 8-star Venerable's junior. Naturally, he won easily. In the second battle, Yi Jianqiu's opponent was an 8-star Venerable whose cultivation was 1 realm higher than his. This Venerable 8-star was the genius of the younger generation of the Dongliang Empire, Liang Long. In the Eastern Arena, there were only 3 people with 10 consecutive victories in the first round. Other than Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, it was Liang Long. Liang Long's strength was not inferior to the Eastern Han Empire's crown prince, Han Bin. In the first round, Yi Xing had defeated Han Bin. Now that Yi Jianga was up against Liang Long, Yi Xing wanted to see how long it would take for this genius swordsman to defeat Liang Long. Yi Jianga's sword aura soared to the sky, and her aura was incomparably sharp. Even though Liang Long was an 8-star pinnacle cultivator, he couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of aura when facing Yi Jianga. Even if Yi Jianga wasn't a junior from the Middle Sky continent, Liang Long didn't dare to underestimate this genius swordsman who had won 10 consecutive matches in the Northern Arena. A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Liang Long immediately used his astrology. His aura exploded, and his strength exploded to the limit. A supreme-grade spirit spear appeared in his hand. Yi Jianga didn't use his astrology. She only raised her hand, and a supreme-grade spirit sword appeared in her hand. With the sword in her hand, Yi Jianga's sword aura became even stronger. Her body was like a sword, and she was a person who was born for the sword. Take my move, swaying in the wind and rain. When Liang Long saw that Yi Jianga's sword aura was getting stronger, he shouted and took the initiative to attack. Liang Long's supreme-grade spirit martial art, the wind and rain spear art, had almost reached perfection. With a thrust of the spear, a strong wind blew out, and specks of spear shadows flew towards Yi Jianga. Break! Facing Liang Long's supreme-grade spirit martial art, Yi Jianga didn't use any martial art. She only waved the sword in her hand. Whoosh! A bright light burst out and the sword aura was like a pillar of light. The spear shadows in front of her were instantly split into two by the sword aura. Liang Long's move was broken by Yi Jianga's sword. That sword aura was like a white chain that swept over. Liang Long's eyes reflected the two sword lights, and he was shocked. Storm, storm! Liang Long shouted and used one of the ultimate moves of the wind and rain spear art. Only then was he able to destroy the sword aura. At the same time, Liang Long took advantage of the power of his ultimate move. His spear aura was like a gale that swept away the fallen leaves, and it flew towards Yi Jianga. Break! Yi Jianga let out another soft cry and swung her sword. This sword looked like an ordinary sword, and it wasn't a powerful move. However, the angle, timing, and strength of the sword were different from the previous sword. The similarity was that no matter if it was the previous sword or this sword, it was like a bell hanging on a sheep's horn. There was no gap to be found, and it was simply superb. The sword aura shot out with shocking power. Liang Long's move was broken by Yi Jianga again. Torrential rain. Wind and rain. Liang Long used two more ultimate moves. The power accumulated, and each spear was stronger than the previous one. However, Yi Jianga's casual slash contained a terrifying amount of power. The sharpness of the sword intent was shocking. Wherever it passed, Liang Long's attacks were all broken. Soon, Liang Long attacked with his spear for more than 10 moves. Not only did he use his ultimate move of the wind and rain spear art, but he also used more than half of his normal moves. However, Yi Jianga easily broke his spear move. Take one of my sword as well. Suddenly, Yi Jianga let out a soft cry and launched a counterattack on the Liang Long Palace Hall. After Yi Jianga spoke, her body flashed like a sword and disappeared. In the next moment, a dazzling white pillar of sword aura suddenly appeared behind Liang Long. The sword aura filled the air and sliced the air in half. Liang Long suddenly felt a chill on his back. All the hair on his body stood up, and his eyes were filled with fear. Yi Jianga's sword was too fast and too strange. It was out of his expectations. However, his strength was not ordinary. He was one of the top venerable 9 stars. Even if Yi Jianga's sword was out of his expectations, Liang Long was still able to react. Return of the wind and rain. In an instant, Liang Long's spear pierced towards the sword aura behind him. Ding! With a crisp sound, the spear in Liang Long's hand trembled. His hasty defense was unable to withstand the power of Yi Jianga's sword. When the spear collided with the sword, there was a small gap in his defense. This small gap was enough to determine the victor for Yi Jianga, who was proficient in sword arts. The supreme-grade spiritual artifact was like a snake that flicked its tongue. It pierced through the small gap in his defense and struck Liang Long. Liang Long's body immediately retreated. The sword aura was blocked by his inner armor, but the power was not completely blocked. Quite a bit of it penetrated Liang Long's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Liang Long was defeated, and Yi Jianga won 2 rounds in a row. Yi Jianga defeated Liang Long without even using her astrology. The first place of this group was basically confirmed. In the eastern arena, Liang Long fell. The cultivators of the northern tranquil continent finally revealed smiles. This person is not a weak opponent. Yi Xing thought to himself. At this moment, his body suddenly moved and appeared in the middle of the array space. He did not notice that it was his turn to fight in his group. His opponent was Venerable 9 stars, Shi Lei. Chapter 570. The battle between Yi Jianga and Liang Long attracted the attention of many cultivators. Everyone was shocked by Yi Jianga's strength. Liang Long's strength was at the peak of venerable 9 stars, but Yi Jianga defeated him without even using her astrology. Although she had used more than 10 moves, Yi Jianga had been passively defending. When she truly made a move, she defeated Liang Long with just 1 move. Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were both 7 stars venerables. They both had heaven-defying fighting strength, but Yi Jianga seemed stronger. This was because the two of them had different strength. Yi Xing was powerful because of his powerful physical body, while Yi Jianga was powerful because of his mysterious swordsmanship. In the eyes of many cultivators, having a strong physical body was an unorthodox path, while swordsmanship was an upright martial path. Many cultivators were puzzled as to why Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was so powerful. Only a few senior experts knew the mystery behind it. So he has an innate sword body. He is indeed a monster. If his astrology is strong enough, he will be a threat to the great Yuan dynasty after he becomes a king. It seems like the chaotic Araphine star is between him and Yi Xing from the East Divine Continent. Meng Tai thought to himself. His gaze shifted to Yi Xing, who was facing off against Shi Lei. Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were the 2 people he paid the most attention to. They were the 2 people that the chaotic Araphine star suspected the most. The battle between Yi Xing and Shi Lei also attracted the attention of many cultivators. Yi Xing's performance was extremely heaven-defying. He was only a 7-star venerable, yet he was able to easily defeat an 8-star venerables junior. On the other hand, Shi Lei was a 9-star venerables junior. His strength was not inferior to a half-exalted. No one thought that Yi Xing would be Shi Lei's opponent, but they were still very interested in this battle. They wanted to know how long Yi Xing could last before he was defeated. This battle was equivalent to a battle between a 7-star venerables and a half-step honorable. Who knew how many years it would take for a 7-star venerables to have such heaven-defying strength to appear in the star continent? Such a battle could only be encountered by chance. Your strength is indeed not bad. You are only second to me in this group. Shi Lei looked at Yi Xing and said indifferently. Although Yi Xing's performance was heaven-defying, Shi Lei was still very confident in himself. He was a junior genius from the Middle Sky continent, and his cultivation was at level 9-star venerables. If he couldn't be compared to the 7-star venerables of the East Divine Continent, he might as well kill himself in the 2 business. Haha, that might not be true. Yi smiled with confidence. Shi Lei frowned slightly and said, Do you think your strength is stronger than a half-martial highness? Yi Xing shrugged and said, Maybe. Humph. Shi Lei scoffed coldly. Very well, I'd like to see exactly what abilities you have to have the guts to boast like that. I've never heard of 7-star the Venerable One being stronger than a half-step Venerable One. As he spoke, Shi Lei's aura exploded. A terrifying aura instantly pressed down on Yi Xing. Yi Xing's body was as still as a mountain. He was like a reef in the waves, unmoving. Sky-breaking fist. Shi Lei shouted and displayed his supreme-grade spiritual martial art. In an instant, a huge fist aura shot toward Yi Xing. Bang. Yi Xing also swung his fist and instantly shattered his opponent's fist energy. Give it your all. That's not enough to deal with me. Yi Xing yelled. Impossible. You will lose. Shi Lei roared angrily. Yi Xing did not use his astrology. As the 9-star venerables, he did not want to use his astrology. In his opinion, if he used his astrology to defeat Yi Xing, it would be an unfair victory. He wanted to defeat Yi Xing in the same state. Boom, 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 Shi Lei punched out again and again. Each fist aura contained terrifying power. It was not something the 9-star venerables could withstand. Even if he did not use his astrology, a half-step honorable was more powerful than the 9-star venerables. However, Yi Xing, the venerable 7-star venerable, was able to deal with the punches effortlessly. Yi Xing clenched his fist. No matter how fast or powerful the fist auras were, they were all crushed by Yi Xing's fist. In the face of absolute power, all of Shirley's attacks were futile. Since you don't want to use your astrology, you will lose. Yi Xing shouted and took a big step forward. He took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and his body shot out like an arrow. He instantly appeared in front of Shirley and punched out. The air in front of him formed a sharp light that was visible to the naked eye. This was not a condensed fist aura. It was a sharp light formed by pure power. It was extremely terrifying. There was an explosion in the void as the air was blasted apart by Yi Xing's punch. Yi Xing's fist had yet to arrive, but the strong wind was like a fist aura attacking Shirley. Shirley was shocked and quickly retreated. He circulated his astral energy to the limit and used the ultimate move of the sky-splitting fist to neutralize Yi Xing's attack. Below, the martial artists in the various arenas were watching the battle between Yi Xing and Shirley. They were stunned. Yi Xing actually forced Shirley to retreat? This was no different from the 7-star venerables forcing a half-step honorable to retreat. This was too unbelievable. Although Shirley didn't use his astrology, Yi Xing also didn't use his astrology. Seeing Yi Xing gain the upper hand in Shirley's battle, a sharp light burst out from Meng Tai's eyes. The 7-star venerable's cultivation was stronger than a half-step honorable. This was something that had never happened in the Star Continent. If Yi Xing could really defeat Shirley, then it could be confirmed that the demon star of chaos was Yi Xing. Yi Xing punched out several times. Shirley had already retreated to the edge of the array formation. If he retreated any further, he would crash into the array formation walls. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Shirley's eyebrows, turning into a stone star that floated in the air. Although Shirley wasn't willing to use his astrology to suppress Yi Xing, if he didn't use his astrology, he would only be defeated. Compared to losing to Yi Xing and losing his top 10 position on the destiny decree, he couldn't care less about the honor in his heart. This was an extreme-grade astrology. Just like how the ice attribute belonged to the water attribute, the stone attribute also belonged to the earth attribute. However, the ice attribute was stronger than the water attribute. Similarly, the stone attribute was also stronger than the earth attribute. As the stone attribute's astral energy fell, it caused Shirley's astral energy to turn into stone, becoming even more terrifying. The astral energy he displayed was like a giant boulder, its power increasing exponentially. Hong 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 hong, Shirley displayed the sky-rending fist. Its power was on a completely different level. Every time he punched out, the void would crack, and the sound of his punches would shake the heavens. Facing Shirley's full strength, Yi Xing finally lost the upper hand. However, even if Shirley's strength increased, he only managed to reverse his disadvantage. Yi Xing's fists danced in the air. Facing Shirley's crazy attacks, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 571. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows in a short period of time. Yi Xing's dark star spiritual body had reached the great perfection realm. His physical strength was not inferior to a half-step honorable realm expert. He was evenly matched with Shirley just by relying on his physical strength alone. Yi Xing did not use his superbrain to scan Shirley's attacks. Otherwise, Yi Xing would be able to defeat Shirley just by relying on his physical strength alone. Although Yi Xing was not afraid that the Deyuan dynasty would recognize him as the fiend star in troubled times, he did not want to be too high-profile. A 7-star venerable had defeated a 9-star venerable genius whose strength was equivalent to a half-step honorable realm expert. This had never happened before in the Star Continent. Yi Xing did not use his superbrain to scan. Instead, he prepared to use the power of the stars. Whoosh! A terrifying aura was emitted from Yi Xing's body. As the stars revolved, the seal on his cultivation was unlocked. The aura of a level 8 astral realm expert was fully released. 8-star venerable! So he's the 8-star venerable. No wonder. I thought the 7-star venerable had the strength of a half-step honorable realm expert. It turns out that he hid his cultivation on purpose. When the martial artists saw Yi Xing's cultivation increase, they were suddenly enlightened and started to discuss among themselves. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, frowned. He was almost certain that Yi Xing was the fiend's star in troubled times. However, if Yi Xing was the 8-star venerable, he could not be considered the number one genius in the star continent even though his performance was monstrous. To be able to wreak havoc in the Great Yuan dynasty, one must be a monster amongst monsters. He must have an extraordinary aspect that surpassed that of a genius. If Yi Xing's performance wasn't outstanding enough, then the Supreme King Meng Tai's suspicions would shift towards Yi Jianga. Although the innate sword body had appeared before in the history of the star continent, it was still a rare genius that only appeared once every few thousand years. So, you're the 8-star venerable. Shi Lei felt the aura that Yi Xing released. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. Being at a disadvantage against an 8-star venerable was completely different from being at a disadvantage against a 7-star venerable. That's right, so you can be at ease. Yi Xing chuckled as the supreme grade dragonblood spear appeared in his hand. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing channeled his astral energy and displayed his extreme spiritual martial art. Using the momentum of heaven and earth and the Wind Shadow Spear art of the perfection of transformation, he stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. The entire formation space was enveloped by the spear aura. Yi Xing still did not use his astrology, but his physical strength coupled with his martial arts strength made him so formidable that ordinary half-step venerable ones could not be mentioned on equal terms. Although Shi Lei's strength allowed him to fight above his level, he was not the best among half-step martial highnesses. At the very least, compared to the juniors of Venerable 9-star from the Great Yuan dynasty, his strength was at the bottom. Yi Xing's physical body was strong, and the attack power of the treasure spear was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his incomparably fast speed, after just a few moves, Shi Lei was defeated. Yi Xing's spear speed was too fast. Shi Lei could not react in time and was pierced by Yi Xing's spear. The extreme spiritual level inner armor blocked the penetration of the dragonblood spear, but the terrifying power was unable to be dispersed in an instant. It penetrated Shi Lei's body. Even though his astral energy was as hard as stone and had a strong defensive power, he vomited blood after being pierced by Yi Xing's spear. The formation space separated Yi Xing and Shi Lei. Yi Xing was still standing in the sky, but Shi Lei fell down and returned to the southern stage. At this moment, Yi Xing was the center of attention. Although there was still a cultivator in their group who had not been eliminated, Yi Xing had defeated Shi Lei and was already guaranteed to be first in the group. He would enter the top 10 of the destiny list. The top 10 of the destiny list were characters who could obtain the destiny of the star continent. In the future, they would at least be half-step kings. Moreover, Yi Xing had defeated Shi Lei without using his astrology. An 8-star venerable defeating a 9-star venerable was already an extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. If he didn't even use his astrology, this meant that Yi Xing had yet to fully display his strength. Didn't this mean that even the 9-star venerable of the Great Yuan dynasty might not be able to defeat Yi Xing? Thinking of this, the cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. The strongest geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty were the 6 9-star venerables. If Yi Xing's strength was not inferior to theirs, this meant that Yi Xing was also very strong in the top 10 of the destiny list. He had the possibility of becoming the first on the destiny list. The first on the destiny list, known as the Son of the Stars, would definitely become a king in the future. For example, the previous Son of the Stars was the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuanxing. Now, Meng Yuanxing was already a king. The previous Sons of the Stars had all become kings, without exception. Ever since the Star Continent was ruled by the Great Yuan dynasty, 90% of the Sons of the Stars came from the Meng royal clan, while the remaining 10% came from the Great Yuan dynasty's king clans. No other cultivator had ever obtained the title. If Yi Xing could obtain the title of Son of the Stars this time, then he would break the 10,000-year record of the Great Yuan dynasty since its establishment. Looking at Yi Xing in the sky, which cultivator wouldn't be shocked and amazed? Of course, Yi Xing only had the possibility of becoming the first on the destiny list. As for how high the chances were, the cultivators weren't optimistic about him. After all, the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation wasn't something that a junior like Shirley could compare to. Moreover, Yi Xing might be able to fight across 2 realms, but there might be other geniuses among the 9-star venerable of the Great Yuan dynasty who could fight across 2 realms. With the same heaven-defying ability to fight across realms, the difference of a single realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, Yi Xing's chances of becoming the first on the destiny list were slim to none. But no matter what, this was the first time that someone outside the Great Yuan dynasty had a chance of becoming the first on the destiny list. Many cultivators were still shocked by this. This indicated that the Great Yuan dynasty had already lost absolute control over the Star Continent. The Star Continent had a long history. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had gone through, or how many dynasties it had gone through. There were records of more than 10 dynasties. Every dynasty had a history of prosperity and decline. When a dynasty lost absolute control, it was a sign that it was on the verge of decline, and there was a possibility of it being destroyed. This was the case for every dynasty. 10,000 years ago, the Great Jin dynasty fell, and the Meng family rose to power, establishing the Great Yuan dynasty. Now, the Great Yuan dynasty had already passed 10,000 years, so it wasn't impossible for it to decline. Of course, what would happen would depend on the final result. If the first on the destiny list was taken away by someone outside the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Great Yuan dynasty would really be in chaos. In Yi Xing's group, there was still an 8-star venerable left. His strength was extremely high among the 8-star venerables, and he had already eliminated 2 geniuses at the same level as him. However, in front of Yi Xing, his strength wasn't enough, and he was quickly defeated. In Yi Xing's group, he was the only one left who had entered the top 10 of the destiny list. Chapter 572. Second update number 19. The battles of the other groups also ended quickly. Shirley, a venerable 9-star, was eliminated by Yi Xing. The other 7 venerable 9-stars all entered the top 10. As expected, Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga obtained first place in the 2 groups without a venerable 9-star. In the top 10, Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Yi Jianga were all venerable 8-stars. Moreover, they weren't from the Central Sky Continent. The first 2 came from the East Divine Continent, while the latter came from the North Tranquil Continent. Even though Yi Jianga entered the top 10, Reverend Netherflame wasn't happy. 2 venerable 8-stars from the East Divine Continent had entered the top 10, completely suppressing the North Tranquil Continent. Of the 7 venerable 9-stars that entered the top 10, only 6 were from the Great Yuan dynasty. Although Yi Weinan was from the Central Sky Continent, he was from the West Leaf Empire's royal family. In the past, there were 1 or 2 juniors from the Central Sky Continent's 12 empires that could enter the destiny list. However, they were always at the bottom, never entering the top 10. The top 10 of the destiny list had always been the Great Yuan dynasty's junior geniuses. But this time around, in the top 10 rankings of the Heavenly Fate rankings, the juniors of the Great Yuan dynasty only occupied 6 spots. This was an extremely bad omen, and the cultivators of the Great Yuan dynasty were all extremely unhappy. Of the 6 juniors from the Great Yuan dynasty, 3 were from the Meng clan. They were Meng Yuanjun, Meng Haokong, and Meng Xinlan. Meng Yuanjun was the youngest son of the Supreme King, Meng Tai. Meng Haokong and Meng Xinlan were from the Meng clan's royal family. The other three were Yi Rulong, Duan Xueqing, and Zhou Haoge. They were all geniuses from king clans. In the Great Yuan dynasty, the Meng clan was the most powerful clan with dozens of king clans. Apart from them, there were more than 10 king clans. The king clans had 2 or 3 king clans, while the king clans only had 1. There were some clans that once had king clans, but because none of their juniors could become king clans, their clans had declined and were no longer considered king clans. Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, Yi Jianga, Yi Weinan, Meng Yuanjun, Meng Haokong, Meng Xinlan, Yi Rulong, Duan Xueqing, Zhou Haoge. In the top 10 rankings of the Heavenly Fate rankings, the cultivator surnamed Yi had actually occupied 4 spots. Compared to the younger generation of the Meng clan, he had 1 more spot. This was simply shocking. For this year's Heavenly Fate rankings battle, the one with the most glory was undoubtedly that cultivator surnamed Yi and not the Meng clan. Some of the more sensitive cultivators could already sense that something was amiss. The Great Yuan dynasty had truly lost their absolute control over the astral world. The top 10 Heavenly Fate decree geniuses were drawn in by the power of the array formation, appearing directly above the arena stage. Within the array formation, a voice resounded, "This stage is the battle for destiny." The top 10 of the Heavenly Fate decree each have a 5-foot-long destiny of the astral world. Each of them will have to fight a battle, and if they lose, they will lose 5 feet of destiny. The winner will obtain the lost destiny. In the end, the one with the most destiny will be ranked first on the Heavenly Fate decree, the Son of the Stars. As the voice in the array formation faded, in an instant, every cultivator in the top 10 of the Heavenly Fate decree was enveloped by an azure pillar of light. Everyone's pillar of light was of the same height, 5 feet long. This azure pillar of light represented the destiny of the astral world. Currently, the destiny of the astral world couldn't be assimilated by the participants. Only after the battle for destiny was over would the destiny of the astral world be assimilated into one's body. Try to take Yi Xing and Yi Jianga's lives in the battle for destiny. The paramount king, Meng Tai, transmitted his voice to the little prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuanjun. Meng Yuanjun was 23 years old this year, and his cultivation was at the 9th stage of the astral realm. He had always been cultivating in secret in the Great Yuan dynasty, and this was the first time he had revealed his brilliance to the outside world. Outsiders didn't know how strong Meng Yuanjun was, but the paramount king, Meng Tai, knew that Meng Yuanjun's Heavenly Fate decree wasn't the least bit inferior to the crown prince, Meng Yuanqing. Furthermore, his combat talent was even higher than Meng Yuanqing's. In the high level of the astral realm, Meng Yuanjun had the strength to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than him. He wasn't the least bit inferior to Yi Xing and Yi Jianga. The paramount king, Meng Tai, had already determined who the Son of the Stars would belong to. Otherwise, how could he be at ease and allow the demon Star of Chaos to participate in the Heavenly Fate decree? Right now, Yi Xing and Yi Jianga had both entered the top 10 of the Heavenly Fate rankings. As for who was the real demon Star of Chaos, Meng Tai had no way to be 100% sure. However, he was certain that the demon Star of Chaos was one of the 2. As long as Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were dead, the demon Star of Chaos would naturally be eliminated. As for killing one more person, it wasn't important to the paramount king, Meng Tai. Meng Yuanjun nodded and swept a glance at Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, killing intent flashing in his eyes. In this stage of the battle, every genius of the younger generation would fight. Meng Yuanjun, Yi Xing, and Yi Jianga would all encounter each other. Meng Yuanjun was determined to kill the 2 of them in a single strike, not giving them the chance to be defeated. As a prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, he naturally knew about the demon Star of Chaos. As a descendant of the Meng clan, Meng Yuanzhen wanted to kill anyone who threatened the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. The battle for destiny is divided into 9 rounds. Each round has 5 battles. After each battle ends, rest for an hour before the first round begins. The voice from the array rang out once more. As the voice faded, Yi Xing was moved to the center of the array. Moving together with Yi Xing was a descendant of the great Meng clan, Meng Haokong. The descendants of the Meng clan were easy to recognize. Their clothes were embroidered with dragon patterns. The higher their status, the more dragon patterns they had. Meng Haokong had 7 dragon patterns embroidered on his clothes, proving that his status in the great Meng clan was extremely high. Even if he didn't become a king in the future, he would still be bestowed the title of king. Yi Xing and Meng Haokong were both enveloped by the 5 zhang blue destiny. Their eyes met. Yi Xing was calm, but Meng Haokong's eyes were filled with ferocity. Ant of the East Divine Continent. This young master will give you a chance. Vomit blood and admit defeat. Meng Haokong glared at Yi Xing with a ferocious gaze. The Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Star Continent. The martial artists of the Meng clan had a supreme status in the Star Continent. Under normal circumstances, even if a genius of the East Divine Continent managed to break into the top 10 of the Destiny Decree, they would have no choice but to obediently admit defeat after being threatened by a descendant of the Meng clan. Otherwise, if they angered the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, there would be no place for them in the Star Continent. But Yi Xing was no ordinary person. He was already prepared to fight against the Great Yuan dynasty. In my eyes, aren't you an ant as well? I will also give you a chance. Vomit blood and admit defeat. Yi Xing looked at Meng Haokong with a faint smile as he spoke. Chapter 573. Add the first update on the 20th. Hiss. In each of the arenas, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Yi Xing dared to call the great Meng royal family's genius juniors ants? Did he want to die? Although no one was allowed to fight in the Starry Sky Arena except for the battle space, it was impossible to stay in the Starry Sky Arena forever. If he angered the Meng royal family, where would he find shelter when he returned to the Star Continent? You're digging your own grave. Honorable Netherflame looked at Honorable Mo Jian with a gloating expression. Honorable Mo Jian's expression was normal. In the central arena, Yi Xing's words made the faces of the Great Yuan dynasty's juniors turn cold. Meng Haokong was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Deyuan dynasty. Yi Xing said that Meng Haokong was like an ant in his eyes. Then wouldn't these younger geniuses of the Deyuan dynasty that had been eliminated be even more like ants? In the sky, Meng Haokong's anger was ignited in an instant, and a terrifying aura exploded. You want to do this the hard way. Kid, you're courting death. Meng Haokong shouted angrily, and a supreme-grade spiritual spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A ray of starlight soared into the sky, and turned into a golden star. It was the extreme grade of the metal element. Kill! Meng Haokong thrust out his spear, which flickered with golden light. A surging power that seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas blasted towards Yi Xing's supreme-grade spiritual weapon, Golden Shadow Stacked Spear. Meng Haokong's martial arts attainments were higher than Shirley's, and his supreme-grade spiritual weapon had reached the complete realm. He was stronger than many half-step honorables. Although he had not reached the stage of communicating with the power of the universe and controlling the Yuan Qi of the universe, his martial arts attainments and comprehension of the power of the universe were already at the peak of the half-step honorables. In the top 10 of the destiny list, other than Meng Yuanzhen, no one else was worthy of Meng Haokong's attention. Yi Xing immediately took out the Dragon Blood Spear and performed the Wind Shadow Spear art. With a stab, layers of spear shadows clashed with the golden spear aura. Bang bang bang, with a series of explosions, the layers of spear shadows collapsed, and Yi Xing kept retreating. Yi Xing had a slightly surprised expression. That man was indeed much stronger than Shirley. In his current state, he was able to defeat Shirley. However, against Meng Haokong, he was at a disadvantage. Ant of the East Divine Continent, do you think that I, Meng Haokong, am as strong as Shirley, who came from a two-star empire? Haha. It's too late, die. Meng Haokong's spear strike. Meng Haokong of the Golden Shadow Stack spear art, and his strength to kill Yi Xing. Yi Xing used the Wind Shadow Spear art. The Wind Shadow Spear art was at the perfection stage. The spear shadows were endless. No matter how fast Meng Haokong's attacks were, they were all blocked by Yi Xing. However, in terms of striking power, Yi Xing hadn't used his astrology, so he was indeed a level lower than Meng Haokong. Thus, in the fierce collision between the two, Yi Xing was at a disadvantage. I haven't even used my astrology, yet you can't defeat me in a short period of time. I really don't know what you're so excited about, Yi Xing lightly said, his tone full of sarcasm. Whoosh! As Yi Xing's voice fell, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a blazing star. Extreme grade flame astrology. The power of fire from the unity of heaven and man, combined with the flame astrology, could be displayed to its strongest state. Yi Xing displayed the Wind Shadow Spear art. Originally, this martial art only contained wind and darkness attribute. But as Yi Xing displayed it, it was covered in a layer of flames. Beneath the flame astrology, the power of fire completely overshadowed the wind and darkness attribute. Yi Xing's spear speed was incomparably fast, each spear faster than the previous one. Now that it contained the power of the flame astrology, its power skyrocketed. In an instant, Meng Haokong's attack was blocked by Yi Xing. Moreover, the layers of spear shadows covered in a layer of flames continuously destroyed the golden spear aura. The situation began to tilt in Yi Xing's favor. Die! Die! Meng Haokong was furious. He was a talented junior of the Meng royal family. In the entire Great Yuan dynasty, he thought that he was the only one who was inferior to Meng Yuanzhen. He couldn't believe that he would lose to a junior of the East Divine Continent. Meng Haokong desperately pushed the astral aura, displaying his spear art to the limit. At the same time, he executed an extremely profound footwork, changing his position to attack Yi Xing. He wanted to reverse the situation and defeat Yi Xing. However, all of Meng Haokong's efforts were in vain. Yi Xing's spear speed was too fast. With every breath, the number of spear shadows in the void of the formation increased. In just a few breaths, the entire void of the formation was filled with Yi Xing's spear shadows. Meng Haokong's space to move became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could no longer dodge. "You're defeated," Yi Xing shouted. His spear broke through Meng Haokong's defense and swept out with the Dragon Blood Spear. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the void. The Dragon Blood Spear swept out so fast that it formed a half-moon shape in the air. The airflow it carried turned into a ray of light. Meng Haokong was horrified. He wanted to withdraw his spear to block, but it was too late. His defense had been broken by Yi Xing naturally. Yi Xing wouldn't give him a chance to save himself. The only thing Meng Haokong could do was to push the astral aura to form a shield to protect himself. The Dragon Blood Spear fiercely lashed out at Meng Haokong's barrier, instantly shattering it. Bang! The Dragon Blood Spear collided with Meng Haokong's body, creating a loud explosion. Meng Haokong was immediately sent flying. Then, with another explosion, he crashed heavily into the void of the formation wall. Puff! Even with the top-grade spirit-level inner armor protecting his body and the astral aura protecting his body, the power of Yi Xing's spear still injured Meng Haokong. He couldn't help but vomit blood. The void of the formation instantly separated Yi Xing and Meng Haokong. The outcome of this battle had been decided. The 50 feet of destiny that shrouded Meng Haokong suddenly decreased by a tenth. This 5 feet of destiny was not blocked by the void of the formation wall. It turned into a blue airflow and integrated into Yi Xing's light pillar of destiny. Yi Xing's light pillar of destiny began to grow taller. It rose by 5 feet to 15 feet tall. The struggle for destiny was divided into 9 rounds. In each round, each martial artist only had a single battle. Yi Xing and Meng Haokong's battle ended and they returned to their original positions. Yi Xing smiled, but Meng Haokong was still angry. He glared at Yi Xing, as if he wanted to skin Yi Xing alive. Yi Xing, you dare to defeat me? Once we return to the Star Continent, you will know the consequences. Meng Haokong glared at Yi Xing and roared. As the martial artists saw this, they all sighed at Yi Xing's stubbornness. It wasn't easy for Meng Haokong to break into the top 10 of the Destiny Decree and obtain the destiny of the Star Continent. Why would he want to offend a genius of the great Meng royal family? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yi Xing looked at Meng Haokong, his voice filled with disdain as he said, "TSK. Once we return to the Star Continent, you want to invite your uncles and grandfathers? A piece of trash like you who only knows how to rely on others can only do so much." Chapter 574. Add the second update on the 20th. The monthly votes will be added starting tomorrow. Chocolate is going crazy, and the monthly votes will be added soon. Brothers, please support me. Yi Xing's words made Meng Haokong want to vomit blood. Trash? Meng Haokong was the number 2 genius of the Meng royal clan, and this was the first time he was called trash. Meng Haokong would never admit that he was trash. Bullshit. I, Meng Haokong, will deal with you personally and take your dog life. Meng Haokong said fiercely. He did have the idea of asking someone for help, but Yi Xing's words made him give up on the idea. Yi Xing smiled faintly. It did not matter whether Meng Haokong wanted to do it himself or hire someone else to do it. His goal was to become a son of the stars. Once he returned to the Star Continent, he would become a must-kill person in the Great Yuan dynasty. There were plenty of experts who wanted to kill him. The second pair was Yi Weinan and Meng Xinlan. Both of them were juniors of the Middle Sky Continent. The difference was that one was a disciple of the Meng royal clan of the Yuan dynasty, while the other was a disciple of the West Leaf Empire. Princess Xinlan, do you dare let Yi Weinan fight with all his strength? Yi Weinan asked Meng Xinlan with cupped fists. Meng Xinlan would definitely not let Yi Weinan go easy on her face. This way, even if Yi Weinan defeated Meng Xinlan would have no reason to blame him. Who wants you to go easy on me? Of course I'll fight with all my strength. Meng Xinlan said faintly. As a genius of the Meng royal clan, she was very confident in her own strength. How could she let others admit defeat to win? She needed a real victory to be happy. This was different from her and Meng Haokong. All right, Princess Xinlan, sorry for the offense. Yi Weinan apologized. As soon as he finished speaking, a top-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. His entire body erupted with an extremely sharp sword aura. Like Yi Jianga, Yi Weinan was also an expert of the sword. The sharpness of his sword aura was not inferior to Yi Jianga's. 2 streaks of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Weinan and Meng Xinlan both used their astrology. At the same cultivation realm, at the same generation of geniuses, and at the same level of ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation realm, the difference in strength between them would not be too great. They would have to go all out in order to defeat their opponent. Whoosh! Yi Weinan waved the sword in his hand. In an instant, his silhouette disappeared. A beam of sword light tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Meng Xinlan. Meng Xinlan's figure flashed and disappeared. Wherever her feet passed, the air condensed and flowers bloomed. At the same time, Meng Xinlan pointed out with her finger, and an orchid flower shot out. It spun rapidly, slicing through the void as it shot towards Yi Weinan. Flying orchid spinning finger. against the diffraction sword. The specialty of the diffraction sword of annihilation was its speed. Once the sword was unleashed, everything would be split into two. The specialty of the flying orchid's spinning finger was its strangeness. Meng Xinlan's figure was erratic, and wherever her finger pointed, orchids would blossom. It looked extremely beautiful, but every single orchid was spinning rapidly and was incomparably sharp. It was definitely not inferior to the attack power of the sword aura. Bang 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 bang, the two of them attacked very quickly. Soon, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Sword light and flower shadows appeared everywhere. The two of them shuttled back and forth like flowing light. Ordinary geniuses of the younger generation could not even see their figures clearly. After 20 moves, Yi Weinan groaned miserably as a flying orchid flower hit his body. His clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the supreme-grade spirit-level inner armor underneath. The finger aura could not break through the inner armor, but the power contained within it still caused Yi Weinan to spit out blood and fly backwards. The formation instantly separated the two of them. Meng Xinlan was indeed a member of the Meng royal family. She was extremely powerful and won this battle. 1/10 of Yi Weinan's light beam of providence instantly disappeared. It turned into a green stream of air and entered Meng Xinlan's light beam of providence, causing it to grow taller. It was now 15 feet tall. Yi Weinan returned to his original position. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cupped his fist. Princess Xinlan is indeed powerful. I, Yi Weinan, concede defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Meng Xinlan smiled. She was in a good mood. Another 2 people were moved to the center of the formation. The third battle was between Wei Qingxian and Duan Xueqing. Wei Qingxian, a junior genius of the East Divine Continent. Duan Xueqing, a junior genius of the Great Yuan dynasty. In terms of background, Duan Xueqing was clearly much higher. In terms of cultivation, Duan Xueqing was even a venerable 9-star. In this battle, other than Yi Xing, whether it was the seniors or juniors, all the martial artists believed that Duan Xueqing would win. Yi Xing was very confident in Wei Qingxian. He knew that Wei Qingxian was the same as him. They both had big secrets. If they really fought, Yi Xing did not have absolute confidence in beating her. East Divine Continent's Zixuan. Please enlighten me. Wei Qingxian cupped her fists and said, Little sister Zixuan is so pretty. Be careful. Big sister will not hold back. Don't get hurt. Duan Xueqing smiled and was full of confidence. As she spoke, Duan Xueqing's surroundings were suddenly covered in frost. Ice and snow floated in the air. A cold aura was emitted and turned into white gas. Like Wei Qingxian, she was an ice-attributed martial artist. Wei Qingxuan's expression was normal. She also emitted an extremely cold aura. In an instant, the entire formation space was covered in frost. Both of them were ice-attributed. In terms of aura, neither could do anything to the other. Ice Dragon's 9 swords. Duan Xueqing shouted coldly and executed the Duan family's supreme-grade spiritual martial art. She did not have a sword in her hand. However, as her hand seals changed, the icy astral energy exploded and formed an Ice Dragon Sword Chi. The Ice Dragon Sword Chi was extremely cold. Furthermore, it contained a sharp aura. Wherever it passed, the air would shatter and be sliced into countless pieces. Fluttering snow palm. Wei Qingxian was as cold as ice. She struck out with her snow-white palm. Snow fell from the sky. The icy palm print brought along an extremely cold wind and whistled forward. Transformative stage fluttering snow palm. It collided with the perfected 9 swords of the Ice Dragon. Both shattered. In terms of martial arts attainments, Wei Qingxian was a notch higher. Moreover, Wei Qingxian had also comprehended the great accomplishment of the force of ice and the unity of heaven and man. Even though her cultivation was inferior to Duan Xueqing's, her strength was not inferior at all. Bang 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 bang. The ice dragon sword chi and fluttering snow palm print continuously collided. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged a few blows and were evenly matched. The spectating martial artists were all shocked. Another 8-star venerable was able to fight evenly with a 9-star venerable. This meant that Wei Qingxian had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Just like Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, she could challenge those of a higher level. Duan Xueqing was surprised and secretly frowned. She never expected that Wei Qingxuan's strength was not inferior to hers. If I don't use my astrology, I have no hope of winning. I don't believe that her astrology can be compared to mine. Duan Xueqing thought to herself and immediately used her astrology. Starlight shot into the sky and turned into an ice star. It was an extreme-grade astrology. The power of the ice element astrology fell. Duan Xueqing's cold aura became stronger and her strength multiplied. Whoosh, Wei Qingxian used her astrology at the same time. The cold aura exploded. It was also an ice element astrology and was not inferior to Duan Xueqing's. Chapter 575. Even with the same level of astrology, there were differences in strength. Wei Qingxuan's frost astrology was obviously more powerful than Duan Xueqing's. Before she used her astrology, the two of them were evenly matched. Once she used her astrology, the situation immediately changed. Under the frost astrology, Wei Qingxuan's strength skyrocketed. The frost palm brought along an extremely cold wind and forced Duan Xueqing to retreat. After 10 moves, Duan Xueqing retreated to the edge of the array. Behind her was the array wall, and she had nowhere to go. Duan Xueqing was forced back by the terrifying power of the Snowdrift Divine Palm. Her body crashed into the array wall, and blood flowed out of her mouth. She lost this battle. Whoosh! The Providence light pillar that enveloped Duan Xueqing was instantly reduced by 5 feet. It turned into a current of air and entered Wei Qingxuan's Providence light pillar. Wei Qingxuan's light pillar of Providence expanded to 5 feet and 5 feet. The two of them returned to their original positions, and 2 more were moved to the center of the array. The fourth battle was between the North Tranquil Continent's junior genius, Yi Jianga, and the Deyuan Dynasty's junior genius, Zhou Haoge. Yi Jianga, 7-star venerable. Zhou Haoge, 9-star venerable. They were both juniors of the royal families, and they were all experts among the half-step honorable realm. All the martial artists were instantly energized. Yi Xing was also a 7-star venerable, and his opponent, Shi Lei, was also a 9-star venerable. In the end, Yi Xing revealed his true cultivation as a Stage 8 Astral Realm cultivator to defeat Shi Lei. Yi Jianga's performance was heaven-defying, and she wasn't any weaker than Yi Xing. Was there any hope for her to win against 9-star venerable? If there was, how could Yi Jianga win? In the eyes of the martial artists, it was impossible for a 7-star venerable to defeat a 9-star venerable. Unless Yi Jianga's true cultivation was at Stage 8 Astral Realm like Yi Xing. In the sky, Yi Jianga and Zhou Haoge stood facing each other. They looked at each other, and their auras were shocking. Yi Jianga's aura was as sharp as a peerless sword, revealing a terrifying sharpness. Zhou Haoge's aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was surrounded by earth energy and did not move an inch. The Zhou clan was a king clan, and their ultimate technique was the Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi. The Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi was split into the minor Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi and the major Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi. The lesser Heavenly Cycle Gang Qi was a spirit tier martial art. Its Gang Qi was like a flood dragon. De Zhou Tian Gang Qi, a black-grade martial art, the Gang Qi was like a dragon. Zhou Haoge's minor dipper Heavenly Dipper Qi had already been cultivated to an extremely profound level. A gigantic Jiao Qi coiled around his body. Its back claws grabbed onto Zhou Haoge's waist, while its front claws grabbed onto Zhou Haoge's shoulders. The Jiao Qi's head was raised above Zhou Haoge's head. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Even though Yi Jianga had an innate sword physique and possessed heaven-defying battle prowess, she still had to face Zhou Haoge with a grave expression. Zhou Haoge's flood dragon aura protected his body with a heaven-shaking might. It was almost flawless, which made Yi Jianga feel troubled. "Yi Jianga, bring it on!" Zhou Haoge shouted. Yi Jianga's cultivation was 2 realms lower than his, so he gave Yi Jianga the chance to make the first move. A supreme-grade spiritual weapon appeared in Yi Jianga's hand, causing his sword aura to become even sharper. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly became one with the sword, turning into a sword light and disappearing in a flash. In the next moment, a sword light sliced the air in half and appeared behind Zhou Haoge in an instant. Previously, Yi Jianga had relied on such an attack to defeat Liang Long with a counterattack. Unfortunately, Liang Long was only an 8-star venerable master and his strength was far from Zhou Haoge's. When the sword light appeared behind Zhou Haoge immediately sensed it. The Jiao Qi coiling around his body instantly moved and swung out its claws. Bang! The Jiao Qi's claws grabbed onto the Jiao Qi in an instant. The Jiao Qi's claws exploded and sparks flew. This sharp sword was actually blocked by the Jiao Qi's claws. At the same time, Zhou Haoge turned around and struck out with his palm. Another Jiao Qi shot out from his palm and rushed towards Yi Jianga. This Jiao Qi was smaller than the one coiling around Zhou Haoge, but its power was still terrifying. Yi Jianga's body flickered like a sword light and instantly retreated, dodging the small Jiao Qi's attack. Whoosh! Yi Jianga's body moved like a sword. Like a flickering sword light, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the small Jiao Qi's attack and counterattack. Bang! The Jiao Qi coiling around Zhou Haoge's body reacted quickly. No matter how fast Yi Jianga's speed was, it was blocked by the Jiao Qi's claws. Bang, 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 bang! In the blink of an eye, Yi Jianga had already attacked 10 times. However, before the tip of the sword could land on Zhou Haoge's body, it was repulsed. Otherwise, if it was a moment slower, it would have been hit by Zhou Haoge's small Jiao Qi and be injured. "You're stronger than I expected. I didn't want to use astrology to defeat you, but it seems that it's too troublesome. Let's end this battle quickly," Zhou Haoge shouted. In an instant, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. He had used astrology. At the same time, Zhou Haoge took a step forward and moved, displaying Wei Tao's exquisite footwork. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The Jiao Qi's body twisted, increasing Zhou Haoge's speed to the extreme. Like a shadow, he took the initiative to attack Yi Jianga. Every time Zhou Haoge punched out, there would be a small flood dragon aura that contained a terrifying amount of power shooting forward. Under the extreme level of astrology, Zhou Haoge's strength was multiplied and his speed was even faster. When the Jiao Qi attacked, its terrifying power forced Yi Jianga to retreat. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Jianga had also used astrology. The golden light was resplendent. It was the metal element astrology. What surprised the crowd was that Yi Jianga's astrology was only at the high level. Even the top 100 of the Heavenly Fate ranking mostly had extreme-level astrology. Yi Jianga's astrology was only at the high level. It could be said that his astrology was at the low level. Yi Jianga's astrology was far inferior to Zhou Haoge's extreme-level astrology. It couldn't reverse his disadvantage. "It's only at the high-level astrology. How is this possible? What a pity, such good talent, but such an ordinary astrology." Many martial artists sighed, feeling very surprised. "Haha! So your astrology is only at the high level." Zhou Haoge laughed and said, "But it doesn't matter. Even if you have an extreme-level astrology, you will still lose." As he spoke, Zhou Haoge's attacks became faster and more Jiao Qi were shot out. At the same time, other than the Jiao Qi that coiled around his body, there were a total of 8 Jiao Qi that danced in the air. The 8 Jiao Qi attacked Yi Jianga from all directions, occupying almost half of the array space. Even though Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was godly, he was still a little flustered and kept retreating. However, Yi Jianga's eyes were calm. His hands were flustered and his heart was calm. Soon, Yi Jianga retreated to the edge of the array space. Behind him was the void array wall, and there was no way to retreat. "You're defeated!" Zhou Haoge shouted, and his aura exploded to the limit. The 8 Jiao Qi attacked Yi Jianga at the same time. Chapter 576. At the same time, Yi Jianga's aura skyrocketed. He was originally in the 7th stage of the astral star realm, but he suddenly broke through and stepped into the 8th stage of the astral star realm. This wasn't an explosion of cultivation after the seal was removed, but a sudden breakthrough in his cultivation. Although the two looked similar, a cultivator could tell the difference between a breakthrough and the exposure of one's cultivation. Yi Jianga's breakthrough in the middle of the battle to become an 8-star realm venerable was out of everyone's expectations. As an innate sword physique, the higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's strength would be. Yi Jianga's sword aura skyrocketed in an instant. That terrifying aura shocked all the younger generation. Whoosh! Yi Jianga swung her sword horizontally. Sword light flashed, like a dazzling white light, streaking across the surroundings. The 8 draconic dragons were all cut in half by the sword light. What? Zhou Haoge was horrified and immediately retreated. Yi Jianga's cultivation had broken through, and her strength had increased tremendously. Even though Zhou Haoge was a genius of venerable 9 stars younger generation, and his combat strength was in the upper tier among half-step honorable realm experts, he still felt his heart palpitate when facing Yi Jianga. "I'm just a little bit away from the 8th stage of the astral star realm. I didn't feel any pressure in the previous battles, but I couldn't cross the last bit. Zhou Haoge, you're the only one who forced me to surpass my limits. I have to thank you." Yi Jianga wasn't in a hurry to counterattack. He held his supreme-grade spiritual artifact and slowly walked towards Zhou Haoge. The powerful sword aura condensed into a huge sword shadow, enveloping Yi Jianga. Wherever he went, the surrounding air currents would be sliced apart like a mirror. The sharpness of the sword aura was terrifying. Looking at Yi Jianga, Zhou Haoge's aura crumbled. In just a few breaths' time, Yi Jianga's aura had completely suppressed Zhou Haoge. Zhou Haoge furrowed his brows. He didn't want Yi Jianga's gratitude. Allowing Yi Jianga's cultivation to break through was a complete accident. If he was given another chance, he would have cut the Gordian knot and used 120% of his strength to defeat Yi Jianga with lightning speed. Unfortunately, there was no if. Zhou Haoge's eyes were filled with hatred. He snorted, "You've broken through, and you're indeed powerful. Not many half-step venerable realm, venerable realm, venerable realm, venerable realm, venerable are your opponent. However, I won't let you win so easily." Yi Jianga smiled and said, "My breakthrough is because of you. Don't worry, I won't let you lose too badly." Hearing Yi Jianga's words, Zhou Haoge's face was filled with displeasure. "Sword!" At this moment, Yi Jianga let out a clear cry. She waved the treasured sword in her hand and a dazzling white sword ray instantly shot out. The seemingly casual slash was actually executed through the body of the sword. His swordsmanship had reached the acme of perfection, resulting in a terrifying might. The sharpness of the sword aura was so sharp that even the astral aura of a half-martial highness realm expert could not resist it. Heavenly domains, swords Yi Jianga's Yi. However, under Yi Jianga's sword aura, the 8 astral beams were instantly cut into 2. Wherever the sword aura passed, the cut area was as smooth as a mirror. Zhou Haoge executed his footwork and barely dodged the sword intent. Before he could launch another attack, Yi Jianga's second attack had already arrived. "Take my sword! Take my sword!" Every time Yi Jianga made a move, he would remind Zhou Xuanji. However, Yi Jianga's speed was too fast. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light arrived. If Zhou Haoge were to judge the sword force from his voice, he would not be able to make it in time. With every swing of her sword, Zhou Haoge's attack was instantly split apart by the sword ray. In just a few swings, the gigantic Jiao Qi outside Zhou Haoge's body was also cut into pieces by Yi Jianga's Jiao Qi. After Yi Jianga's 10th sword strike, the astral energy surrounding Zhou Haoge's body was completely split apart. The sharp radiance from the astral energy slashed onto Zhou Haoge's body, instantly tearing his clothes apart. A clear white mark appeared on Zhou Haoge's inner armor after being struck by the astral sword. His body was instantly pushed back by the force of the astral sword. Part of the sharp sword qi penetrated the inner armor and entered Zhou Haoge's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Haoge spat out a mouthful of blood. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. The formation separated the two of them. Zhou Haoge's Providence light pillar suddenly disappeared by 5 feet. It turned into a stream of air and entered Yi Jianga's Providence light pillar. After Yi Xing, Meng Xinlan, and Wei Qinxian, Yi Jianga's Providence light pillar was the fourth to reach 5.5 feet. The battle for Providence this time is really fierce. Monstrous geniuses that are rarely seen in thousands of years have appeared one after another. Yi Xing, Zi Xian, and Yi Jianga, the 3 8-star venerables, actually defeated the 9-star venerables' genius opponents in the battle for Providence. Such a grand occasion has never been seen in the history of the star continent. In the arena below, the cultivators from various continents were sighing with emotion. Yi Jianga and Zhou Haoge returned to their original positions. The two who had yet to appear in the first round of battle were moved to the center by the formation's power. Both of them were geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation. One of them was the Yi royal clan's younger generation, Yi Rulong, while the other was the Great Yuan dynasty's prince, Meng Yuanzhen. Yi Rulong and Meng Yuanzhen, in the battle for the top 10 of the destiny list, had easily defeated their opponents in the same group. They did not reveal their true strength. The other cultivators could not judge how high their strength was. Both of them were the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, the younger generation of the 9-star venerables. In the eyes of the other cultivators, this was another fierce battle. For this battle, I admit defeat. To the surprise of the other cultivators, Yi Rulong directly admitted defeat in the face of Meng Yuanzhen. As he spoke, Yi Rulong raised his palm and was about to give himself a palm strike to injure himself and vomit blood. "Wait!" Meng Yuanzhen casually waved his hand and stopped Yi Rulong's action. He said, "Do I, Meng Yuanzhen, need others to admit defeat to win? Yi Rulong, use your astrology and exert your strength to the limit. If you dare to give in, this prince will not forgive you." Meng Yuanzhen's character was completely opposite to Meng Haokong's. Meng Haokong liked others to admit defeat directly, but Meng Yuanzhen did not allow others to admit defeat. Moreover, he wanted his opponent to go all out and exert their strength to the limit. Otherwise, he would fly into a rage. Yi Rulong nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go all out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Rulong's aura erupted. A ray of starlight soared into the sky and turned into a flashing star. It was the lightning attributes extreme grade astrology. The lightning attributes astrology was extremely rare. In terms of attack power, the lightning attributes astrology overshadowed the others and could be said to be number one. Yi Rulong's black hair fluttered in the wind. He held a top-grade spirit spear in his hand. His aura surged, surpassing any of the previous geniuses. Even Meng Haokong, who was at the peak of the half-step venerable realm, was inferior to Yi Rulong in terms of aura. Chapter 577. Meng Yuanzhen looked at Yi Rulong indifferently and said, Very well, as this prince's opponent, you have to be crushed by me in your strongest state. Meng Yuanzhen's aura erupted, and the surrounding void airflow was pulled by an invisible force, surging like a storm, revolving around Meng Yuanzhen. When the martial artists heard Meng Yuanzhen's words, they were all surprised. Crush. Meng Yuanzhen did not say defeat, but crush. The word crush could only be used to describe a situation where there was a great disparity in strength. Crushing meant that one could defeat one's opponent as easily as crushing dry weed. Both of them were venerable 9 stars, and Yi Rulong's aura was surging. His strength was definitely not low, no less than Meng Haokong. If Meng Yuanzhen could crush Yi Rulong, what kind of strength would that be? Crush? Haha! Your Highness Yuanzhen, do you know what crushing is? When Yi Rulong heard Meng Yuanzhen's words, his face turned green, and he was very unhappy. Yi Rulong's combat strength was heaven-defying, and he was one of the best among the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent. As for Meng Yuanzhen, although mysterious, he did not have a strong battle record. Yi Rulong did not believe that the other party had the strength to crush him. Then you judge whether or not I'm crushing you, Meng Yuanzhen said. As soon as his voice fell, Meng Yuanzhen suddenly rushed forward, his figure turning into a straight line as he rushed towards Yi Rulong. Fast, his speed was too fast. Going straight, rampaging, without the slightest factor affecting his speed, this was the fastest speed. Meng Yuanzhen instantly appeared in front of Yi Rulong and blasted out a punch. Boom! The void exploded, and the void in front of him was instantly squeezed, and the tip of the fist flickered. The momentum of this punch was like the collapse of the sky, a tsunami, and a landslide. It was much more terrifying than a half-step venerable activating a trace of the world's origin energy. Yi Rulong's expression changed in an instant. But as a top genius among the venerable 9 stars, his reaction was extremely fast, and the treasure spear in his hand bloomed with a bright light. The treasure spear swept horizontally, and a defensive spear move was displayed. Boom! With a loud bang, a bright light burst out from the point of collision, instantly drowning the entire array formation, turning it into a white light. Bang! Almost at the same time, there was another explosion. In just a breath's time, the burst of dazzling light disappeared, and the scene in the void array fell into the eyes of the cultivators. Meng Yuanzhen stood at the place where he collided with Yi Rulong without moving, while Yi Rulong's body had retreated far to the rear of the void array wall. His whole body was stuck to the void array wall. Under the gazes of all the cultivators present, Yi Rulong clung to the void array for a full breath of time before the impact seemed to dissipate and his body slid down. Poof! Yi Rulong had just landed on the ground of the array formation when he could no longer suppress the surging qi and blood in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Yi Rulong was defeated by Meng Yuanzhen in one move. Furthermore, Meng Yuanzhen did not use his astrology, but Yi Rulong did. His strength was at its strongest. Meng Yuanzhen was right. He had indeed crushed Yi Rulong. If this wasn't crushing, then what was? The void array wall separated the two in an instant. Yi Rulong's light pillar of providence instantly disappeared by 1/10, turning into a cyan airflow that was injected into Meng Yuanzhen's qi. Meng Yuanzhen became the 5th person whose light pillar of providence had grown to 15 feet. But what was shocking was not the growth of Meng Yuanzhen's light pillar of providence, but the terrifying strength that Meng Yuanzhen had displayed. In the previous battles, Meng Yuanzhen had casually defeated all his opponents. His strength had never been revealed, but this time, he deliberately revealed his edge, causing all the cultivators to be dumbfounded and shocked in their hearts. With such terrifying strength, it was easy for him to sweep away a half-step venerable. All the cultivators instantly knew that this year's Son of the Stars would definitely be Meng Yuanzhen. Whether it was a monstrous genius like Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, or Yi Jianga, all of them had heaven-defying combat strength. In the high astral realm, they could still maintain a terrifying combat strength that allowed them to defeat opponents 2 realms higher than them. However, in the hearts of the cultivators, Yi Xing and the other 2 couldn't be compared to Meng Yuanzhen. Meng Yuanzhen had defeated Yi Rulong, who was in his strongest state, in one move without using astrology. It was completely clear that Meng Yuanzhen's ability to challenge opponents above his realm was also extremely abnormal, not inferior to Yi Xing and the other 2. Meng Yuanzhen also had heaven-defying combat strength that allowed him to defeat opponents 2 realms higher than him. Right now, he was a 9-star venerable, while Yi Xing and the other 2 were 8-star venerables. There was a huge disparity in their combat strength. Meng Yuanzhen's strength is too frightening. He didn't even use astrology to crush Yi Rulong, and his strength hasn't completely erupted. Unless an astral-reaching venerable makes a move, who can be his opponent? In this year's genius selection, there are actually 4 heaven-defying monstrous geniuses who can defeat opponents 2 realms higher than them. What kind of golden age is this? It's a miracle in history. What a pity, what a pity! With so many heaven-defying monstrous geniuses, I thought that this genius selection would break Great Yuan Dynasty's monopoly on the destiny list. Who would have thought that the Meng clan would also produce such a heaven-defying monstrous genius? Moreover, his cultivation is even higher than the other 3 monstrous geniuses. The heavens are protecting Great Yuan Dynasty. All the cultivators felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping through their hearts. Each and every one of them sighed with emotion. In the sky, Yi Rulong's expression was aghast as he looked at Meng Yuanzhen. His face was filled with fear and even some fear. As for Meng Yuanzhen, his expression was the same as usual, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, faintly revealing traces of arrogance. The 2 were sent back to their original places, and a voice resounded from the array. The first round is over. The second round will begin in an hour. Meng Yuanzhen's gaze swept past the other 9 geniuses in the sky, and paused for a second on Yi Xing and Yi Jianghe. Meng Yuanzhen didn't put the other 9 geniuses in his eyes. He retracted his gaze and sat cross-legged with a grave expression, closing his eyes to rest. Yi Xing's gaze met with Wei Qingxuan's not far away. Both of them had astonishment in their eyes. They were very surprised by Meng Yuanzhen's strength, and both of them regarded Meng Yuanzhen as a great enemy. Yi Jianghe's gaze imperceptibly glanced at Meng Yuanzhen before closing her eyes to rest. Clearly, she was also deeply afraid of Meng Yuanzhen. As for the other geniuses of the younger generation, their eyes were filled with fear when facing Meng Yuanzhen. Meng Yuanzhen's iceberg of strength had stunned all the geniuses of the younger generation. Even Yi Xing, who had only revealed the iceberg of strength, felt a lot of pressure from Meng Yuanzhen. Although he was already prepared, it wouldn't be that easy for him to become a son of the stars this time. Chapter 578. The rest is over. The second round begins. Half an hour later, the voice in the formation echoed on time. Yi Xing was one of the first 2 to be moved to the center of the array. The other was Zhou Haoge. Seeing that his opponent was Yi Xing, Zhou Haoge was stunned. It was another 8-star upper realm genius. In the first round, Zhou Haoge lost to Yi Jianghe. He was extremely depressed. He was a genius of the younger generation of the Yuan dynasty, a proud son of the Qing clan. He didn't want to be defeated again and again. Zhou Haoge's eyes were firm and filled with battle intent. He was determined to defeat Yi Xing and restore his reputation. Heavenly Cycle Gang Qi. Wind Shadow Spear Art. The 2 of them did not say much. Soon, they unleashed their supreme-grade spiritual martial arts and attacked at the same time. As they attacked, they both used their astrology. Zhou Haoge's Flood Dragon Aura was unleashed. 8 Flood Dragon Aura danced in the air with a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. However, Yi Xing's attack was even more terrifying. As the dragon blood spear stabbed out, the sky was filled with spear shadows in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the power of the spear shadows was extremely terrifying. The 8 flood dragon aura were all shattered upon contact. What? Zhou Haoge was shocked. It was already terrifying for him to encounter Yi Jianga. However, Yi Xing's strength was not inferior to Yi Jianga's. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Xing stabbed out with the dragon blood spear in his hand. Using speed against speed, the densely packed flood dragon aura attacked Zhou Haoge from all directions. Zhou Haoge unleashed his strength to the limit. However, he could not block Yi Xing's attack. In less than 10 moves, he was hit by Yi Xing's spear. His body flew out and crashed into the void array wall. He spat out blood. Zhou Haoge was defeated. The void array wall separated the two instantly. Zhou Haoge's Providence light pillar was reduced by another 5 feet. On the other hand, Yi Xing's Providence light pillar increased by another 5 feet. It was now 6 feet tall. Zhou Haoge's light pillar of Providence was much fainter than when it was 15 meters tall. On the other hand, Yi Xing's light pillar of Providence was a little darker than when it was 15 meters tall. It seemed that the higher the light pillar of Providence, the deeper the color, and the stronger the Providence. The result of this battle was within the expectations of all the cultivators. Meng Haokong's strength was extremely powerful, and he was famous in the Great Yuan dynasty. He was stronger than Zhou Haoge, not weaker. Yi Xing had defeated Meng Hao in the first round. Therefore, other than Meng Yuanzhen and Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga, who were equally powerful, the other Venerable 9 Stars geniuses would most likely lose to him. The geniuses of the second team were Yi Jianga and Duan Xueqing. Yi Jianga's strength was indeed powerful. Duan Xueqing's 9 swords of the Ice Dragon was suppressed by Yi Jianga's sword force and was forced to retreat bit by bit. Wherever the sword light passed, the frosty air would turn into nothingness. In less than 10 moves, Yi Jianga defeated Duan Xueqing as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Like Zhou Haoge, Duan Xueqing suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and her light pillar of Providence was reduced to 40 meters. Yi Jianga followed in Yi Xing's footsteps, and her light pillar of Providence reached 60 meters. The geniuses of the third team were Yi Weinan and Yi Rulong. Both of them were geniuses with the surname Yi, and both of them were Venerable 9 Stars. In the eyes of all the cultivators, the two of them should be about the same strength. However, when the two of them exchanged blows, all the cultivators were shocked. Yi Rulong's spear technique was like a dragon, and it was unstoppable. The moment he made his move, his might shook the heavens, and he gained the upper hand. After more than 10 moves, the battle ended. Yi Rulong won this battle with an overwhelming advantage. He won back the 5 feet of Providence that he lost in the previous round, and his light pillar of Providence became 50 meters again. As for Yi Weinan, he suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and his light pillar of Providence was reduced to 40 meters. Yi Rulong was very strong. This was the intuition of all the cultivators. However, the stronger Yi Rulong was, the more shocked the cultivators were. Meng Yuanzhen was able to defeat Yi Rulong in 1 move, and this meant that Meng Yuanzhen's strength was even more heaven-defying. The fourth match, Wei Qingxian versus Meng Xinlan. In the previous 3 matches, the two of them either won 1 and lost 1 in the first round, or they were both losers. However, Wei Qingxian and Meng Xinlan were both winners in the first round. In the first round, Wei Qingxian defeated Duan Xueqing, and Meng Xinlan defeated Yi Weinan. This round was a clash of the strong. Divine fluttering snow palm. Orchid whirling finger. The two of them made their moves, and it was a beautiful sight. One of them was a sky full of snow, while the other was a finger that was like a flower. Wei Qingxuan's steps were like ice lotuses, and the sky was full of snowflakes. The cold air was extremely cold, and the moment Meng Xinlan's orchid whirling finger appeared, it was covered in a layer of ice. Whether it was power or speed, it was reduced by a level. However, Meng Xinlan's strength was extraordinary, and she was at the top of half-step supremacies. Even though the power of her orchid whirling finger was suppressed, she was still evenly matched with Wei Qingxian. The two of them exchanged palms and fingers, and their figures shuttled back and forth. Soon, they had exchanged more than 10 moves, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Just as some people were speculating how long this evenly matched battle would last, the cold air in the void of the array suddenly became stronger. The supreme-grade spirit weapon, Icicle Edge Sword, appeared in Wei Qingxuan's hand. The martial art she used changed from the divine fluttering snow palm to the ice condensation sword technique. The ice condensation sword technique was Wei Qingxuan's most powerful martial art. In an instant, Wei Qingxuan's aura became several times sharper, and her attack power rose rapidly. With a wave of her sword, the ice sword aura shot to the end of the void of the array. The power of the icy star aspect, icy force, icy star aura, and icy star aura merged perfectly with the power of the ice martial art. Wei Qingxuan's strength rose to an even higher state, and she was like an ice goddess, with a layer of ice armor forming outside her body. Wherever she went, the void would freeze with her as the center. That extreme cold made Meng Xinlan shiver, and her strength was severely suppressed. As one fell and the other rose, the situation changed greatly in an instant. After using the ice condensation sword technique, Meng Xinlan was defeated in just a few moves. Meng Xinlan's Providence Light Beam retreated to 15 meters, while Wei Qingxian won 2 consecutive battles, and her Providence Light Beam increased to 60 meters. After the battle, the martial artists were amazed. They thought that Wei Qingxian was weaker than Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, the two abnormal people. But now, it seemed that Wei Qingxuan's battle power was not inferior to the two of them. The 3 8-star venerables all had abnormal battle power. Wei Qingxian and Meng Xinlan were moved to their original positions in the air. Wei Qingxuan's cold air dissipated, and she kept her icicle edge sword. She looked as beautiful as a fairy, and it was hard to imagine that such a beautiful appearance actually contained such terrifying power. The last battle of the second round was between Meng Yuanzhen and Meng Haokong. There was no doubt about the result. Meng Haokong wanted to admit defeat, but Meng Yuanzhen wouldn't allow it. He was defeated by Meng Yuanzhen in one move when his strength was at its strongest. It was another gorgeous strike, and it shocked all the martial artists. Meng Yuanzhen's super-strong battle power successfully attracted the attention of all the martial artists. Even if the 3 8-star venerables, Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Yi Jianga, were monstrous and heaven-defying, they would still be suppressed by Meng Yuanzhen. It's the end of the month, please vote. Chapter 579. After an hour of rest, the third round of battles began. Yi Xing was still the first to go up. His opponent was Duan Xueqing. This was a battle without any suspense. The final result was as expected. Yi Xing won and his Providence Light Pillar grew to 25 feet. Duan Xueqing lost 3 rounds in a row and her Providence Light Pillar decreased to 45 feet. In the second group of the third round, Yi Jianga and Meng Xinlan went up. Meng Xinlan lost to Wei Qingxian in the second round. Naturally, she lost more than she won against Yi Jianga. After more than 10 moves, Meng Xinlan lost and her Providence Light Pillar decreased to 55 feet. Yi Jianga's Providence Light Pillar followed closely behind Yi Xing and grew to 25 feet. In the third group of the third round, Yi Weinan fought against Meng Haokong. Meng Haokong won. In the fourth group of the third round, Wei Qingxian fought against Yi Rulong. There was no suspense in the first 3 matches. The results were within the expectations of the cultivators. However, the battle between Wei Qingxian and Yi Rulong was a little difficult to judge. Although Yi Rulong lost to Meng Yuanzhen, He easily defeated Yi Weinan in the second round. This proved his strength. Among the younger generation of the 9-star venerables, other than Meng Yuanjin, there was almost no one who could match him. Fluttering Snow Palm. Flying Dragon Spear Art. Wei Qingxuan's cold qi was oppressive. She struck out with her palm. Wherever the cold wind passed, snowflakes would flutter and frost would appear. Yi Rulong's supreme-grade spiritual weapon was like a huge dragon in his hand. Wherever the spear aura passed, the frost would shatter and the cold qi would disappear. His spear art was bold and powerful. Once it was formed, it was like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Wei Qingxuan's fluttering snow palm had no advantage against Yi Rulong. However, Wei Qingxian was not at her strongest state when she used fluttering snow palm. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Wei Qingxian took out her icicle sword and used ice condensation sword art. Whoosh, with a swing of his sword, a frosty sword energy shot out. Wherever the sword energy passed, it left an ice scar in the void. Cold qi condensed and did not dissipate. The momentum of Yi Rulong's spear technique was instantly cut apart by the cold ice sword aura. For a moment, the surrounding cold qi became heavier and heavier, and Yi Rulong was powerless to disperse it. Heaven's Sealing Frost. Soaring Dragon. The two of them unleashed their ultimate moves. Wei Qingxuan's ice sword aura was about to seal the sky, while Yi Rulong stabbed out with his spear. His spear aura was like a flying dragon, about to sweep across the horizon. Bang 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 bang, cold ice sword aura and flying dragon spear aura collided non-stop, causing a series of explosions. The flying dragon spear aura was gradually covered with a layer of frost and was gradually frozen by the ice sword aura. In just a few breaths, it had turned into an ice dragon. The extreme cold spread along the flying dragon's spear aura. Yi Rulong's arm that was holding the spear was instantly covered in white frost. The extremely cold aura entered his body through his arm, causing him to shiver. Whoosh! Yi Rulong saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated. The cold qi was too fierce, and when it entered his body, it caused his blood and qi to turn cold. 100 miles of ice. Wei Qingxian took a step forward, and ice lotuses formed under her feet. She swung her sword, and the ice sword aura shot out along the ice edge. It was several times faster than Yi Rulong's retreating speed. Kill! Yi Rulong circulated his astral energy to the maximum and unleashed a powerful attack. Only then did he manage to shatter the ice sword aura. However, his entire body was affected by the cold qi and was covered with a layer of frost. The cold qi inside and outside of his body resonated with each other and froze at the same time. It almost froze his blood and qi. Yi Rulong retreated all the way to the end of the void formation. His back was against the void formation's wall before he stopped. He circulated his astral energy with all his might to refine the cold qi. Wei Qingxian did not continue to attack. She withdrew her sword and stood there. In just a breath's time, the frost on Yi Rulong's body disappeared. He seemed to be fine. However, in the next moment, puff! Yi Rulong spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was condensed into fragments, and the cold qi was oppressive. Yi Rulong was indeed fine. He had forced the cold qi out of his body. However, at the same time, he had also suffered some injuries. When he forced out the cold qi, he spat out blood at the same time. Yi Rulong had lost this battle. Yi Rulong's light pillar of providence was reduced to 15 feet. Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing, and Yi Jianga's light pillar of providence was increased to 15 feet. The final battle of the third round was between Meng Yuanjin and Zhou Haoge. Zhou Haoge had been defeated by Yi Xing and Yi Jianga. He was at a disadvantage against Meng Yuanjin. Meng Yuanjin still attacked aggressively. When Zhou Haoge's strength was unleashed to the limit, Meng Yuanjin defeated Zhou Haoge in one move. Zhou Haoge's 9 Flood Dragon aura was shattered by Meng Yuanjin's punch. Then, His body was blasted back in an instant and hung on the void formation's wall. After 2 breaths, he fell down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Yuanjin was like a finale. He was always the last to appear in every round. He crushed his opponent with lightning speed, and his light pillar of providence had also increased to 15 feet. After an hour of rest, the 4th round of battles began. Yi Xing was still in the first group. The order was as follows: Yi Xing against Meng Xinlan in the first round, Yi Jianga against Yi Rulong in the second round, Wei Qingxian against Meng Haokong in the third round, Yi Weinan against Zhou Haoge in the fourth round, and Meng Yuanjin against Duan Xueqing in the fifth round. This round of battles ended very quickly. Other than the fierce battle between Yi Jianga and Yi Rulong, there was no suspense in the rest of the battles. In the first round, Yi Xing won and his light pillar of providence increased to 20 feet. In the second round, Yi Jianga and Yi Rulong exchanged more than 10 moves. In the end, Yi Jianga won and won. Currently, Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Wei Qingxuan's strength were about the same. It was hard to tell who was better. Yi Rulong lost to Wei Qingxian, so it was normal for him to lose to Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga's light pillar of providence also increased to 20 feet. In the third round, Wei Qingxian won. In the fourth round, Zhou Haoge won. His heavenly cycle Gangqi was indeed not weak. There was only one reason for his previous defeat. His opponent was too strong. In the fifth round, Meng Yuanjin won. Wei Qingxian and Meng Yuanjin's light pillar of providence both increased to 20 feet. Like Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, they both maintained a 5-match winning streak. At this point in the battle for providence, the martial artists had a judgment of the strength of the 10 geniuses. Meng Yuanjin was undoubtedly the first. His strength far surpassed the other geniuses of the younger generation. In the eyes of the martial artists, Meng Yuanjin was the son of the stars. Below Meng Yuanjin, Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Wei Qingxuan's strength were hard to determine. They were in the same class. Their class was lower than Meng Yuanjin's, but higher than the other Venerable 9 Stars geniuses. Among the other 6 Venerable 9 Stars geniuses, Yi Rulong's strength was the strongest, followed by Meng Haokong and Meng Xinlan, the 2 descendants of the Meng royal family. After that, Zhou Haoge, Yi Weinan, and Duan Xueqing were in the same class. Among them, Zhou Haoge was more outstanding. Meng Yuanjin was undoubtedly the first. As for the other 6 Venerable 9 Stars geniuses, the martial artists were not very interested in who was stronger. What they were most interested in was the strength of Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Wei Qingxian. They wanted to know who was stronger and who was weaker. In the following battles, they looked forward to the battle between the 3 of them the most. Chapter 580. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, wasn't very interested in the strength of Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Wei Qingxian. What he wanted to see the most now was Yi Xing or Yi Jianga meet Meng Yuanjin. Then, Meng Yuanjin would directly kill them in the battle. The 5th round of battle begins. After an hour of rest, the voice in the void of the formation sounded again. This time, Yi Xing wasn't the first to go up. The 2 people who went up were Yi Rulong and Meng Haokong. The judgment of the cultivators was basically correct. Yi Rulong was the strongest person below Meng Yuanjin and the 3 8-star venerables. Meng Haokong lost this battle. The second round, Zhou Haoge against Duan Xueqing. The attraction of this battle to the cultivators was ordinary. However, the eyes of the cultivators suddenly lit up. In this round, Meng Yuanjin and the 3 8-star venerables didn't go up in the first 2 rounds. This meant that in the next 3 rounds, Meng Yuanjin and the 3 8-star venerables would have to meet 2 of them. It would either be Meng Yuanjin and one of the 3 8-star venerables or 2 of the 3 8-star venerables. The former was what the Supreme King, Meng Tai, was looking forward to, and the latter was what all the cultivators were looking forward to. Soon, the second battle ended. Zhou Haoge won this battle. After the two left, the third cultivator went up. They were Yi Jianga and Yi Weinan. This was another battle without any suspense. However, the cultivators were very excited. In this round, there would definitely be a battle that would be very exciting. In just a few moves, Yi Weinan was defeated. Yi Jianga obtained 5 consecutive victories. Her luck light pillar was the first to grow to 75 feet. The fourth cultivator went up. Yi Xing was moved to the center of the array. He was surprised. His opponent was actually Wei Qingxian. The eyes of all the martial artists lit up and shone brightly. The battle that they had been waiting for was finally here. Who was stronger between the two 8-star venerables? The Supreme King, Meng Tai, looked at the two people in the sky and frowned. He originally thought that Meng Yuanzhen would face either Yi Xing or Yi Jianga in this round, but in the end, he didn't meet any of them. In the air, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian looked at each other. Below them, in the eastern arena, the Blood Edge Empire's cultivators were all in high spirits, watching the two in the air. Yi Xing and Zixuan were in a relationship. This matter wasn't a secret in the Blood Edge Empire. Now that this pair of lovers met in the heavenly fate rankings, what would the result be? This battle would determine how much fate he would be able to obtain. The more fate he obtained, the better his future would be. Some of the younger generation of the Xuefeng Empire asked themselves, if they were in the same situation, no matter who the other party was, they would not give in. They would have to fight for the luck. After 2 breaths of time, the cultivators on the 5 stages all felt that something was amiss. In the previous battles, when the two went up on stage, they would either directly attack or exchange a few polite words. There was no one like Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, who looked at each other in silence. Just as the cultivators were wondering, Wei Qingxian opened her mouth. Yi Xing, I wish you the best of luck in obtaining the first place on the heavenly fate rankings and becoming a son of the stars. When the cultivators heard this, they were all shocked. Yi Xing the best of luck in obtaining the first place on the heavenly fate rankings and becoming a son of the stars? How was this possible? Not a single cultivator thought so. They all felt that Wei Qingxuan's words were too crazy. What did she mean by that? But in the next moment, the cultivators were even more shocked. Yi Xing nodded. I will. These 3 words were short and powerful. His tone was filled with determination. The cultivators were in a mess. Meng Yuanzhen's strength had already surpassed Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Yi Jianga. No one could predict how strong he was, but one thing was for sure, it was absolutely terrifying. Although Yi Xing's strength was also heaven-defying, he was still a realm lower than Meng Yuanzhen's cultivation. The cultivators really didn't understand where Yi Xing got the confidence to say these 3 words. In the sky, the younger generation geniuses were also stunned by the conversation between Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing. As for Meng Yuanzhen, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes as he locked onto Yi Xing and coldly snorted. In the central stage, the Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze also locked onto Yi Xing. His eyes narrowed as killing intent surged. Meng Yuanzhen's strength was already so terrifying, but Yi Xing still had the confidence to compete for the first place on the heavenly fate rankings. It was obvious that Yi Xing still had a deep hidden trump card. Then, the identity of the Fiend's Star of Chaos was on the verge of being revealed. Puff, in the void of the array, Wei Qingxuan's aura shook. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and automatically admitted defeat. The cultivators felt that it was a pity. They wanted to see the battle between the 2 8-star masters, but they didn't expect that someone would voluntarily admit defeat. However, because of the conversation between Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, the cultivators felt a sense of anticipation for the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanzhen. Yi Xing definitely had a hidden trump card. Some cultivators couldn't help but wonder if Yi Xing had sealed his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to compete with Meng Yuanzhen for the title of Son of the Stars? The gazes of the cultivators gathered on Yi Xing. In their eyes, Yi Xing was a little mysterious. The void array wall separated Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Then, Wei Qingxuan's light pillar disappeared by 5 feet, shrinking to 25 feet. And Yi Xing's light pillar grew to 25 feet, just like Yi Jianga's. Yi Jianga's gaze turned towards Yi Xing. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yi Jianga also felt that Yi Xing was boasting shamelessly about competing for the title of Son of the Stars. To become the Son of the Stars, one must defeat Meng Yuanjun. Although Yi Jianga was confident in her own strength, she didn't think that she was a match for Meng Yuanjun. After all, he was only an 8-star master. If they were in the same realm, Yi Jianga was confident that she could fight against Meng Yuanjun. Yi Xing was the same as Yi Jianga. They were both 8-star masters, but he had the confidence to compete with Meng Yuanjun for the title of Son of the Stars. Yi Jianga couldn't see through this at all. Yi Jianga didn't have such strength, nor did she believe that Yi Xing had such strength. Yi Jianga had no chance of winning against Meng Yuanjun, but she wasn't afraid of Yi Xing at all. She didn't think that she would lose to an opponent in the same realm. The 5th match of the 5th round was between Meng Yuanjun and Meng Xinlan. Without a doubt, Meng Yuanjun won beautifully again. Her light pillar grew to 25 feet. At the end of the 5th round, only 3 people remained: Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Meng Yuanjun. After an hour of rest, the 6th round began. The first round was between Yi Rulong and Duan Xueqing. Yi Rulong won. The second round was between Meng Haokong and Meng Xinlan. Meng Haokong won. The third round was between Wei Qingxian and Zhou Haoge. Wei Qingxian won. The fourth round was between Yi Xing and Yi Weinan. Yi Xing won. After 6 consecutive victories, Yi Xing's light pillar grew to 25 feet. Continue to ask for monthly votes. It will explode tomorrow. Chapter 581. 6th Round, 5th Match. Yi Jianga vs. Meng Yuanjun. Although this was a battle without suspense in the hearts of the cultivators, they were still in high spirits. Yi Jianga's strength was higher than Yi Rulong's, and Yi Rulong was defeated by Meng Yuanjun in 1 move. Then, how many moves could Yi Jianga take from Meng Yuanjun? Some guessed 5 moves, some guessed 8 moves, and some guessed 10 moves. At most, 10 moves. Basically, no one guessed more than 10 moves. The Supreme King Meng Tai looked at Yi Jianga in the sky calmly. At this time, he was sure that Yi Xing was the demon star of chaos, but he did not send a message to Meng Yuanjun to give up on killing Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga was born with a sword body. If he became a king in the future, he would be a threat to the great Yuan dynasty. If there was a chance to kill him, then kill him. In the void of the formation, Meng Yuanjun looked at Yi Jianga coldly and said, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to erupt your strength to the strongest state. After 3 breaths, this prince will defeat you in 1 move." 1. Puff. Just as Meng Yuanjun counted to 1, Yi Jianga's aura suddenly shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Jianga automatically admitted defeat. He was born with a sword body, and his sword heart was bright. His reaction was extremely sharp, and he could see the killing intent in Meng Yuanjun's eyes. Meng Yuanjun had just shouted 1 when his figure flashed and disappeared. An extremely terrifying aura burst out. Meng Yuanjun gave Yi Jianga a fake signal to make a move after 3 breaths. Then, when he counted to 1, he suddenly made a move, bursting out with a thunderous blow. He wanted to kill Yi Jianga in 1 blow. Whoosh! When Meng Yuanjun attacked, a starlight soared into the sky. He used his astrology for the first time. It was an extreme metal-attributed astrology, and the golden light was extremely bright. Meng Yuanjun punched out and the void exploded. Boom! Before Meng Yuanjun could get close to Yi Jianga, his fist suddenly exploded, and the light splashed in all directions. A deafening sound shook the sky. This peerlessly terrifying punch slammed into the void formation wall between the 2 of them. The moment Yi Jianga spat out blood, the Grand Starry Arena's array determined that he had failed. The void array wall instantly separated the two of them. Although Meng Yuanjin was strong, he could not shake the array formation of the Starry Sky Arena. Not to mention Meng Yuanjin, even his father, the Supreme King Meng Tai, could not shake it. Meng Yuanjin was shaken back. His arm was in pain. His eyes were like swords as he stared at Yi Jianga with murderous intent. Yi Jianga actually admitted defeat when he shouted, "One," which was out of Meng Yuanjin's expectation. That was why Meng Yuanjin couldn't stop his punch in time when the void array wall appeared. "My apologies, Your Highness." Yi Jianga cupped his fists towards Meng Yuanjin. He thought that he was right. Meng Yuanjin did indeed have the intention to kill him. Yi Xing's fortune light pillar disappeared by 5 feet and turned into a stream of green light as it entered Meng Yuanjin's fortune light pillar. Meng Yuanjin's fortune light pillar was the same as Yi Xing's. It grew to 8 feet. At the end of the 6th round, only Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjin maintained their 6 consecutive victories. Their fortune light pillars were the highest and the color was the darkest. Another half an hour of rest was needed before the 7th round began. Meng Yuanjin returned to his original position and the Supreme King Meng Tai's voice rang in his ears. "Jin'er, you can't control yourself if you admit defeat. Don't worry about it. Yi Xing is the true demon star of chaos. If he fights with you for the first place on the destiny list, he won't admit defeat. At that time, don't give him a chance to live." Meng Yuanjin nodded slightly. The Supreme King Meng Tai could transmit his voice, but Meng Yuanjin couldn't. His cultivation was low, and his astral transmission would be heard by venerable experts. The 7th round begins now. The rest time passed quickly, and the voice in the array formation rang out on time. As the voice fell, 2 people were moved to the center of the array formation. They were Zhou Haoge and Meng Xinlan. Zhou Haoge's strength was not much different from Meng Xinlan's. The two exchanged more than 30 moves before the outcome was decided. Meng Xinlan won. The 2nd round, Meng Haokong vs. Duan Xueqing. Meng Haokong won. The 3rd round, Yi Xing vs. Yi Rulong. The martial artist's spirits rose by a lot. Yi Rulong was defeated by Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga, 2 monstrous 8-star geniuses. In the eyes of the martial artists, he was naturally no match for Yi Xing. Not to mention, Yi Xing had declared that he would fight for the first place on the destiny list. His strength must be terrifying. Flying Dragon Spear Technique. Wind Shadow Spear Technique. Both of them were spear experts. Yi Rulong's spear was like a dragon, opening and closing wide with a heaven-shaking momentum. Yi Xing's spear was extremely fast, filling the sky with spear shadows. Using the Fire Star avatar, Yi Xing's strength erupted. The weakness of the Wind Shadow Spear technique was immediately made up for. Yi Xing's spear technique had reached perfection, much higher than Yi Rulong's. In less than 10 moves, Yi Rulong was defeated by Yi Xing. Yi Xing's beam of providence had grown to 85 feet. The 4th round of the 7th round, Wei Qingxian vs. Yi Jianga. The martial artists' spirits were lifted, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They widened their eyes as they looked at Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga in the sky. The battle between the 8-star geniuses had finally begun. Last time, Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing were both juniors of the East Divine Continent, so Wei Qingxian automatically admitted defeat. Now that the juniors of the East Divine Continent were facing the juniors of the North Netherworld Continent, there shouldn't be a situation where they automatically recognized each other, right? The martial artists were looking forward to the real battle between Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga. "Miss Zixuan, you should admit defeat." In the sky, Yi Jianga's sword aura soared as she looked at Wei Qingxian and said indifferently. Seeing that Wei Qingxian automatically admitted defeat in front of Yi Xing, Yi Jianga thought that Wei Qingxian wasn't her opponent. The icicle sword appeared in Wei Qingxuan's hand, and her sword aura was also incomparably sharp. Whoosh! Wei Qingxian used the icy star, and the cold air was oppressive. She pointed her sword at Yi Jianga and said, "Make your move." What was her relationship with Yi Xing? What was her relationship with Yi Jianga? Even if she was facing Meng Yuanjun, Wei Qingxian wouldn't admit defeat, let alone Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga's gaze sharpened, and her sword aura exploded, becoming even more terrifying. At the same time, she used her astrology. A high-grade astrology could also increase one's strength by a lot. Although Yi Jianga made Wei Qingxian admit defeat, she still valued Wei Qingxuan's strength. Since Wei Qingxian was going all out, she had to go all out too. "Watch out for my sword!" Yi Jianga shouted softly. As soon as she spoke, a sword light flashed. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already in front of Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian didn't even take half a step back. Her expression was calm as ice armor condensed around her body, and the cold air was oppressive. She waved her icicle sword, and an icy sword aura instantly shot out. It instantly froze Yi Jianga's sword aura, and then shattered it into ice shards. Wei Qingxian took a step forward, and ice lotuses appeared under her feet. She waved her sword, and instantly counterattacked. Streaks of icy sword aura shot out, freezing the void, and all of them were in front of Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga was born with the sword physique, and together with her sword aura, the power of her swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. Every sword attack was superb, and it destroyed the icy sword aura one by one. At first glance, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, after the two of them exchanged 10 moves, Yi Jianga's heart was incomparably shocked, and he secretly complained. Wei Qingxuan's frosty ice sword force was too cold. Even though the frosty ice sword force was destroyed by Yi Jianga, the cold qi was still pervasive. As the cold qi in the air became more and more intense, a lot of it invaded his body. Yi Jianga was born with the sword physique, and his blood was strong. However, at this moment, he felt a cold air coming from his body, and it was about to affect the circulation of his astral energy. Whoosh! Yi Jianga's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Using the sword steps, he moved. Facing Wei Qingxuan's icy aura, Yi Jianga could only move to minimize the effect of the cold air. At the same time, the astral energy locked his body, preventing the cold air from continuing to invade his body. The sword aura in his body stirred, expelling the cold air that had invaded his body. Yi Jianga's movement speed was extremely fast. With a flash of his sword, he could appear anywhere around Wei Qingxian in the next moment. However, Wei Qingxuan's reaction speed was also extremely fast, and it was not inferior to Yi Jianga's. No matter where Yi Jianga's attack came from, she was always able to slash out her icy sword aura at the first moment, blocking the opponent's sword aura. Yi Jianga moved quickly around the void of the formation, bringing out a patch of sword light. Wei Qingxian only moved a small area in the middle of the formation, and streaks of icy sword aura shot out in all directions. As time passed, the cold air in the void of the formation became more and more intense. The icy sword aura left marks in the void, and it even froze a patch of space. The area where Yi Jianga moved became smaller and smaller. After 100 moves, the entire void of the formation turned into a patch of white light. Yi Jianga was finally unable to withstand the terrifying cold air, and he was defeated by Wei Qingxuan's sword. Chapter 582. The result was somewhat out of everyone's expectations. Because Wei Qingxian automatically admitted defeat in front of Yi Xing, everyone had the same thought as Wei Qingxian. They thought that Wei Qingxuan's strength shouldn't be very high and definitely couldn't be compared to Yi Xing. Therefore, she couldn't be compared to Yi Jianga. As for Yi Jianga, his previous battle results were very heaven-defying. His swordsmanship was divine and his attack power was very terrifying. At least 80% of the warriors thought that Yi Jianga would defeat Wei Qingxian. However, Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was completely restrained by Wei Qingxuan's cold aura. Moreover, the array's space was limited. If Yi Jianga couldn't quickly end the battle and defeat Wei Qingxian, then the cold aura in the array's space would become stronger and stronger, and his defeat would be a foregone conclusion. Yi Jianga suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and the light pillar of providence decreased to 65 feet. Wei Qingxian obtained Yi Jianga's 5 feet of providence, making up for the 5 feet of providence that she lost when she lost to Yi Xing. The light pillar of providence increased to 75 feet. The last match of the 7th round, Meng Yuanzhen vs Yi Weinan. Meng Yuanzhen won, and the light pillar of providence increased to 85 feet, neck and neck with Yi Xing. After an hour of rest, the 8th round of battles began. The battle for providence was divided into 9 rounds, and only 2 rounds were left. The warriors' spirits were lifted. Yi Xing vs Meng Yuanzhen, Yi Xing vs Yi Jianga, and Meng Yuanzhen vs Wei Qingxian had yet to begin. They would meet in the last 2 rounds. The first match of the 8th round, Yi Rulong vs Meng Xinlan, Yi Rulong won. The second match of the 8th round, Meng Haokong vs Zhou Haoge, Meng Haokong won. The third match of the 8th round, Duan Xueqing vs Yi Weinan won. The fourth match of the 8th round, Yi Xing vs Yi Jianga. The moment Yi Xing and Yi Jianga stepped onto the stage, all the martial artists were in high spirit. Their eyes shone brightly. It was yet another battle between 8 star masters and monstrous talents. In the 7th round of battle, Yi Jianga lost to Wei Qingxian, which greatly exceeded the expectations of the crowd. When Wei Qingxian fought against Yi Xing, she did not make a move and directly admitted defeat. No one knew whether Yi Xing's strength was better than Wei Qingxuan's. Therefore, it was hard for the crowd to predict the outcome of the battle between Yi Xing and Yi Jianga. They were most interested in such a battle. Your surname is also Yi. What a coincidence! Within the void of the formation, Yi Jianga's eyes were as sharp as swords as she stared at Yi Xing. There are a lot of people with the surname Yi in the top 10, even more than those with the surname Meng. Yi Xing said indifferently. His words caused the martial artists of the Meng royal clan to be enraged. Meng Yuanzhen stared at Yi Xing and clenched his fist, revealing a terrifying radiance. Even if Yi Xing wasn't the demon star of chaos, Meng Yuanzhen's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Yi Xing. Yi Jianga did not expect Yi Xing to reply in such a way and was slightly stunned. Immediately after, Yi Jianga used her astrology and pointed her sword at Yi Xing. She said, "Miss Zixuan admits defeat to you. I hope your strength will not disappoint me." Yi Xing took out his dragon blood spear and used his extreme grade flame astrology. He said, "I will definitely not disappoint you. I will only make you despair. Watch out for my sword." Yi Jianga was angered by Yi Xing's words and her face turned green. She slashed her sword at Yi Xing. The dragon blood spear moved and blocked the opponent's sword. The dragon blood spear shook violently and Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Yi Jianga's attack power was indeed terrifying. In the previous round, Yi Jianga was defeated by Wei Qingxian because Wei Qingxuan's frost aura restrained him too much. It made it difficult for him to unleash 80% of the power of his swordsmanship. Now, when facing Yi Xing, Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was as strong as it could be. It was even possible for her to unleash more power than usual. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Jianga's sword speed was extremely fast. Sword after sword, it was endless. However, speed was also Yi Xing's forte. As the dragon blood spear danced, the sword aura was destroyed one after another. Furthermore, the spear shadows were everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing counterattacked Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga used his sword steps and his figure flashed like a sword. Without the frost aura restricting his movements, he was simply like a ghost. Swish, 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 swish. Swish. Yi Jianga attacked 10 times consecutively. Finally, Yi Xing's defense missed. The sword light pierced through the layers of spear aura and instantly arrived beside Yi Xing's swish. Yi Xing's figure split and used his afterimage steps, causing Yi Jianga's attack to miss. Your movement technique is not bad. However, is this how you make me feel despair? Yi Jianga chuckled. She was still brooding over Yi Xing's words from before. As she spoke, Yi Jianga's sword speed did not decrease at all. The sword light trembled and split in an instant, chasing after Yi Xing's figure in all directions. On the stage below, the martial artists held their breath. Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was indeed godly. In their opinion, Yi Xing was about to lose. Yi Xing's afterimages merged and the dragon blood spear swept across, destroying the incoming sword light. Using the Super Brain's scanning function, Yi Xing understood his opponent's attack. Lose. At this moment, Yi Jianga's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yi Xing. Her sword light was like a meteor piercing through the air, piercing towards the back of Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing lost. This thought appeared in the martial artists' minds. They treated Yi Xing's previous words as arrogant words. Boom! Just as the sword light was about to pierce Yi Xing seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly turned around and punched. A terrifying fist aura blasted onto the sword light. Supreme grade spiritual martial art, sky-burning sun fist. With a punch, Yi Xing's back was covered in flames like a sea of fire. The power of this punch could not be described with words that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of the sword aura was extremely strong, but it was instantly destroyed by Yi Xing's punch. The terrifying fist aura shot out and attacked Yi Jianga. Under the power of fire, the sky-burning sun fist was several times stronger than the wind shadow spear art. The fist aura instantly arrived in front of Yi Jianga with an unstoppable force. Yi Jianga was shocked. She held her supreme-grade spiritual treasure sword horizontally and performed a superb defensive swordsmanship. Even if it was an all-out attack from a half-step honorable realm expert, Yi Jianga could use this defensive swordsmanship to block it. However, the power of Yi Xing's punch was even more terrifying than an all-out attack from a half-step honorable realm expert. With an explosion, Yi Jianga's body was sent flying. Boom! Yi Xing punched out again. The fist aura broke through the speed of sound and exploded the void. It instantly caught up with Yi Jianga's retreating body. With an explosion, Yi Jianga was hung on the void wall by the fist aura. After 2 breaths, she slid down and spat out blood. In the arena below, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. How terrifying was the power of a punch to hang the opponent on the void wall? Wasn't this something that only Meng Yuanzhen could do? How could Yi Xing do it too? Looking at the situation in the sky, Yi Xing's position in the hearts of the cultivators instantly rose. After witnessing the battle between Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, the cultivators had already placed Yi Xing and Meng Yuanzhen on the same level. Although they still felt that Meng Yuanzhen was more terrifying, the cultivators had at least considered the two of them to be on the same level. First, it was Meng Yuanzhen, then Wei Qingxian, and then Yi Xing. Yi Jianga suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Her light pillar decreased again and again until it was only 6 feet tall. On the other hand, Yi Xing won all the way, and his light pillar grew to 9 feet. The light pillar's green color was extremely deep. Whether it was the younger geniuses or the cultivators, they all looked at Yi Xing with envy. As an 8-star venerable, Yi Xing's strength was so powerful that it shocked the cultivators. They had never seen such a powerful 8-star venerable. Yi Xing and Yi Jianga left the arena. The last group of the 8th round went up. Meng Yuanzhen against Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was as beautiful as a fairy and had defeated Yi Jianga. Now that she was facing Meng Yuanzhen, the cultivators were in high spirits. They were very interested in this battle. No one knew how strong Meng Yuanzhen was. Now, Meng Yuanjun had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. The cultivators were looking forward to the fight between Meng Yuanjun and Wei Qingxian. Perhaps Meng Yuanjun would reveal more of his strength. You, like Yi Jianga, do you want to admit defeat directly? In the void of the array, Meng Yuanjun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Wei Qingxian confidently. You are not qualified for me to admit defeat directly. Wei Qingxian shook her head. She wanted to help Yi Xing test Meng Yuanjun's strength. How could she admit defeat? Not qualified? Wei Qingxian admitted defeat directly in front of Yi Xing, but said that Meng Yuanjun was not qualified for her to admit defeat directly. Didn't this mean that he, Meng Yuanjun, was inferior to Yi Xing? Meng Yuanjun's face suddenly showed anger. Then I'll let you know whether I'm qualified or not. Meng Yuanjun shouted, and his aura erupted. The surrounding void airflow suddenly exploded and rotated around Meng Yuanjun. Wei Qingxian took out the icicle sword, and a starlight soared into the sky. She used the cold ice star aspect, and erupted her strength to the strongest state. You're defeated! Meng Yuanjun shouted and punched out. The void in front of him exploded, and a huge fist instantly blasted in front of Wei Qingxian. Ice seal! Wei Qingxian waved her sword to resist. The icicle sword carried an ice sword aura, and instantly blocked the fist aura. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ice sword aura on the icicle sword shattered layer by layer. However, Meng Yuanjun's fist aura was blocked, and the ice on the icicle sword did not shatter completely. The cold ice star aspect poured down a huge amount of cold ice star power, causing the ice on the icicle sword to grow rapidly while being destroyed by the fist aura, maintaining the extremely cold momentum. All the cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. Meng Yuanjun's fist was blocked? This was the first time. Whoosh! Meng Yuanjun was furious, and a starlight soared into the sky. Using the celestial aspect, the golden light was dazzling. Metal star power fell, and Meng Yuanjun was like a golden god of war, and his strength soared rapidly. Take another punch from this prince! Meng Yuanjun shouted and blasted out a fist. The golden fist aura was incomparably bright, and the entire array formation was illuminated in gold. All the cultivators were shocked. This punch was too terrifying. Even a half-step venerable would be in danger of death when facing this punch. Chapter 583. Previously, when Meng Yuanjun wanted to kill Yi Jianga, he used astrology to throw out such a punch. In Meng Yuanjun's view, the power of this punch was enough to take Yi Jianga's life. It could be seen how powerful it was. The speed of Meng Yuanjun's punch was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge it. Ice Sword Shield! Wei Qingxian shouted, and the ice aura crazily erupted, her strength erupting to the limit. The ice armor outside Wei Qingxuan's body continued to grow ice, becoming thicker and thicker. The icicle sword was also completely covered by ice, like an ice shield in front of her. Boom! Meng Yuanjun's punch had just been thrown out when there was an explosion, and the fist collided with the ice sword shield. In an instant, ice shards flew in all directions, and the ice sword shield was shattered in an instant. Even the ice armor outside Wei Qingxuan's body collapsed layer by layer. In an instant, Wei Qingxuan's body flew backward. Puff! Wei Qingxian hit the void array wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The array sensed that Wei Qingxian spat out blood, and judged that Wei Qingxian had lost this battle. A void array wall appeared, separating Wei Qingxian and Meng Yuanjun. The cultivators looked at Meng Yuanjun in the sky, and they were all shocked. His strength was too terrifying, and it was hard to imagine that anyone below the venerable realm could compete with him. At this moment, the cultivators were even more pessimistic about Yi Xing. However, no one knew that Wei Qingxian was injured and spat out blood. The blood in her body shook, and a surge of power gushed out from the depths of her bloodline. This power was too powerful. Wei Qingxian believed that if there was no void array wall between her and Meng Yuanjun, the terrifying power from the depths of her bloodline would be more than enough to kill Meng Yuanjun. However, the Starry Sky Arena had its own judgment of victory and defeat. Wei Qingxian spat out blood, which meant that she had lost. This battle was over, and there was no chance to restart. Wei Qingxuan's light pillar of providence disappeared by 5 feet and was reduced to 70 feet. Meng Yuanjun's light pillar of providence absorbed the blue gas and grew to 90 feet. The 8th round of battles ended. Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjun still maintained their winning streak. Both of their light pillars were 90 feet tall. As for who would be able to obtain 95 feet of light pillars and become the son of the stars, the answer would be revealed in the final round of battles. The battle between Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Wei Qingxian had already ended. Yi Jianga and Wei Qingxian had also fought with Meng Yuanjun. In the last round, the only battle that the martial artists were looking forward to the most was the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjun. The 9th round begins now. After an hour of rest, the voice in the void of the formation rang out on time. Yi Rulong and Zhou Haoge went up first. After 10 moves, Yi Rulong won. Yi Rulong, 5 wins and 4 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 55 feet, which was 5 feet higher than the initial height of providence. Zhou Haoge, 2 wins and 7 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 25 feet. The second battle of the 9th round was between Meng Xinlan and Duan Xueqing. Meng Xinlan won. Meng Xinlan, 3 wins and 6 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 35 feet. Duan Xueqing, 9 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 5 feet. The third battle of the 9th round was between Meng Haokong and Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga won. Meng Haokong, 4 wins and 5 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 45 feet. Yi Jianga, 6 wins and 3 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 65 feet. The fourth battle of the 9th round was between Wei Qingxian and Yi Weinan. Wei Qingxian won. Wei Qingxian, 7 wins and 2 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 75 feet. Yi Weinan, 1 win and 8 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 15 feet. The 9th round was between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjun. In the last round, the last battle that all the cultivators had been waiting for finally arrived. It was also the battle to determine the son of the stars. All the cultivators widened their eyes and stared at Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjun in the sky, afraid that they would miss a moment. The higher-ups of the Deyuan dynasty were also paying attention to this battle in high spirits. Yi Xing's identity as the Fiend Star of Troubled Times had been confirmed. Now, all they had to do was wait for Meng Yuanjun to eliminate this Fiend Star of Troubled Times. In the void of the array, Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjun stood facing each other. Meng Yuanjun's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Yi Xing. Since you want to become the son of the stars, it seems that you won't take the initiative to admit defeat. Since I'm here, of course I want to become the son of the stars. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Yi Xing nodded and said, "Even if you want to kill me, I will never admit defeat." Ha ha ha. Meng Yuanjun laughed and said, "That's right. This prince wants to kill you. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yuanjun used his astrology and his strength erupted as he threw a punch. As soon as he attacked, it was a thunderous blow. Yi Xing also drew on his astrology and unleashed the heaven-burning sun fist, unleashing his full strength to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The two fists collided and astral currents burst out, blooming with dazzling light. Meng Yuanjun's figure was like a mountain, while Yi Xing took several steps back. Meng Yuanjun's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the astral star realm, and his astral energy had been strengthened to the limit of the astral star realm. He was no different from a half-step venerable, but he could not communicate with the power of the universe. In terms of martial arts attainments, Meng Yuanzhen's Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist was also in the transformation realm, not inferior to Yi Xing. His comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth was slightly inferior to Yi Xing's, but he was not far from becoming one with the world. Overall, Yi Xing had the advantage in terms of comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth, so he could make up for the gap in cultivation. However, there were differences in power between martial arts of the same level. The Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist was the ultimate technique of the Great Yuan dynasty. Its power belonged to the first grade among the supreme grade spiritual martial art. Although the Great Sun-Burning Sky Fist was also very powerful, it was only an ultimate technique collected by a two-star force like the Bloody Edge Empire. It was slightly inferior to the Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist. Therefore, Yi Xing was at a disadvantage in the first exchange of blows. However, this was enough to shock the martial artist. Wei Qingxian was injured by Meng Yuanzhen's punch and was defeated directly. "It's really you!" Meng Yuanzhen shouted coldly. Yi Xing's combat power was so abnormal, he was 100% sure that he was the demon star of chaos. "Your strength is indeed much stronger than the other two, but in front of me, Meng Yuanzhen, you will still die." As Meng Yuanzhen shouted, his aura erupted again. Obviously, he was not in his strongest state just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yuanzhen used the ultimate technique of the Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist and attacked Yi Xing fiercely. The fist aura directly hit Yi Xing's head, attacking the vital part. If Yi Xing's head was hit by the fist, even if his body was strong and would not explode like a watermelon, his bones would definitely shatter and he would die. Great Sun-Burning Sky Fist. The flame celestial aspect poured down endless star power, and the power of fire completely erupted. Yi Xing punched out like a needle against an awl towards Meng Yuanzhen. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.